I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a fool? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a fool? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I
This is Defense Politics Asia, and welcome to the DPA Open Mic 38. Should be correct, 38. And I'm Wyatt. In case you do not know, my name is Wyatt. And okay, so welcome to the Open Mic. And just some advertisement. There is a DPA forum right now, and it's powered with Telegram. Telegram groups now have the ability to create topics, which works like a forum. So do check it out, DPA forum, t.me/DPA forum, and you'll be able to meet other DPA army members, and then you guys can quarrel. It's pretty much free speech and free opinion over there. So minimal moderation, just no porn, no spam, no scams. Okay, so yeah, so and so let's put in the so this stream. Oh, just want to talk about more. This stream is streamed on 3 different locations: Twitter, Rumble, and YouTube. YouTube for Open Mic channel. This is not on the main channel. Which is why you need to subscribe to the Open Mic channel, because eventually I do hope that I do not need to dual stream on the Open Mic, dual stream on the main channel as well, because it is ultimately somewhat of a different crowd, But so let's see how it goes. It's still probably a long way to go. So I'm gonna put the link to the where's my template. I always forgot to do this in advance. Okay, gonna paste the link to join the open mic in the pin chat. To join the open mic, blah blah blah. Okay, it's here, and copy, and then I'm gonna drop it. Oh, wrong place. Give me a while. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm sometimes I thought I'm prepared, and then I realized I'm not that prepared. Yeah, I'm actually very sleepy. I was pondering whether to even do the open mic, but hey, what the hell? I'm always getting limited monetization. What was wrong? Price Tucker wipes pen. Maybe I cannot write Tucker and pants in the title. I gotta change it. There's no Tucker and pants anymore. Freak. So I got the this open mic has already been limited monetization even before we start, just because I have Tucker and pants in the title. In case you do not know, it's called Tucker Carlson and Mike Pence. So I'm gonna drop the link. So I cannot challenge the demonetization yet, because because we are now in the middle of the stream. I cannot challenge it. Should have seen this earlier. It's okay, never mind. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. Welcome to the information war, where censorship is like nobody's business. Yeah. So So I already dropped the link. You guys can join at any time when you're ready. While I'm actually going to prepare my screen a little bit, because I've just dropped the link into the Rumble as well, and I have Maddie, Shadowy, and Root. Your camera is not on, so yeah. Hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi.
Yo, been a while.
Yeah, I haven't seen you for some time. Are you working today? You're mute. So I think the main thing over the past week is the NATO summit that had went past, and then there is an oil price collapse that kind of cut off a lot of the Russians' revenue. Root is in. And Raid. Hi guys. So quiet. What the hell?
Can we I want to address some form issues that I saw that I thought were absolutely ridiculous. The guy out there in the forum that's talking about how the Ukrainians are destroying a lot of Russian artillery and indirect fire capabilities, and they're on course apparently to have parity in artillery with the Russians. Please come on the open mic and enlighten us. I mean, seriously, bro. And the other thing about Putin should take his army, what's left of it, and go home while he can. I mean, bro, have another fucking dose of premium coke. That's ridiculous. Come on. You're in the forum, so come on the open mic. I want to hear the story.
I'm interested in that as well. I don't pretend to know, but I'm interested to understand what weapon systems would be used to strike at Russia's artillery capability, because it implies like spotting. It implies certain battlefield intelligence capabilities that are remarkable if true. And they could be true. It could be that NATO is providing that kind of battlefield surveillance and that they do have the capability to pressure Russian artillery, but it's I don't see it if it is true. So I'd like to hear that as well.
The only thing that I saw over a couple of
moved around pretty quickly. So most videos you see of Ukrainian artillery getting destroyed is them running away and a Russian suicide drone just hitting them. So it's pretty easy to save them if they get targeted with counter battery.
One of the things that I'd like to bring up is, like, Vaughn brought up a good thing, because of, I think where this is coming from is they think because they have cluster munitions. Cluster munitions are great against artillery teams, because they're out in the open. They have to be there, so you just load it up, and plus you destroy the ammo that's all around them and everything. So they're great for artillery, but like Vaughn said, there is no way there's even close to parity in artillery tubes. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, actually, now that I mention it.
Okay, so the only thing that I saw in regards to what Vaughn said is a couple clips of Ukrainians using drones to film the position of Russian artillery. Oh shit, I can't speak. Russian artillery positions, and eventually just sending a missile over, likely one of the MLRS that they have that has some minimum amount of guidance, and they strike that position. But those are really rare and far between. So it's not like there is parity. There's nothing as such. There's just a couple of clips of Ukrainians using drones to perform surveillance.
I don't think the Ukrainians could focus all their offensive power on just artillery the Russians have on the front, and could reduce it. There's no way.
Like I said, there is only a couple of clips of that, like Uragan that got struck, that was filmed by a drone, and then I think there is an Akatsya that was stricken by a missile, but that's about it. Maybe two, can't recall. There's very few clips of that.
Yeah, I saw lately several Russian self-propelled batteries being shelled and taken out, and without any doubt, the Ukrainians will have some counter-battery success. But like you said, we should not base our assessment of their capabilities on just a few clips, and inversely for the Russians as well. I mean, if you follow both sides, which I do, you will see footage of things taken out, but this is all what I call tactical success, meaning that of course you have a good day, you have taken out a truck, a tank, or artillery piece, but that is not indicative of the whole strategic situation, in which even Zaluzhny himself says time and again that the Russians have multiple superiority on artillery. So at least 5 to 10 times. So even if the Ukrainians have a good day, that doesn't negate. So far, there has never been artillery parity.
Yeah, the fact about Russians having superiority in artillery also refutes the fact that Ukrainians have been claiming that Russians have more casualties than them, because in this war most of the casualties result from artillery strikes, and if the Russians are superior in artillery, the Ukrainians should have more casualties. If you use that logic, if you use the fact that Russian
they do,
if you use the fact that artillery causes the most deaths.
They just won't admit it.
Okay,
Yeah.
one thing real quick. If you notice, almost everything is filmed in this war. So there is always surveillance on the battlefield, which means there is track of almost every loss. Almost, I say, because there are some spots that don't have surveillance at times, but this is the most filmed war there is. So there is always information, which means that there is always the capacity to strike. So that's why artillery is so powerful, because there's always information, there's always feedback coming in on the positions of stuff, where stuff's happening, and you can just trace around the sector and
This has
just do
always
a barrage.
Simeon,
the reason that artillery is so effective in this war is because of mostly drones, because drones are really good at collecting information. So the Russians can use that to strike anywhere, like actual places where Ukrainians are present.
Simeon, I disagree with
The
you.
main reason is because of drones.
Continue. I disagree with you. I was saying because I think that the clip we are watching is only the clip that someone wants us to watch. We have to understand that, okay, I agree, everything is filmed, but we are only seeing the type of the iceberg.
Yeah.
And the type of the iceberg, they want to show us.
Yeah, I'm saying
so
that
I
everything
think
is filmed. I'm not saying that
with the whole
that
things,
is being
we
released.
watch nothing. If you take a percentage, that's nothing.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Everything is filmed. We don't see everything, but everything is filmed because there is constant surveillance on the battlefield. There is a tons of means to record movements,
Today, not at the beginning,
positions.
but today there is a full coverage, I think.
Well, I was discussing with Vaughn earlier on DPA chat that this has been a game of cat and mouse, this war, right? We are of the opinion that Russia is seeking to hit troop concentrations where they can. So they're the cat with their superior artillery, and the Ukrainians have been maneuvering. They've been not concentrating their forces. They've been probably, shoot and scoot with their own artillery, and also moving their troops around to make it hard for the Russians to actually get good bang for their buck with their strikes. And that seems to be the characteristic feature of the war. Russia is not so much seeking to take land as inflict casualties, demilitarize, right?
Is true for the other side.
And so Dan spoke really well about Bakmood. The Russians used Bakmood as a way of concentrating targets so that they would be able to actually hurt the Ukrainian military force. And I think that we've seen, I think we can all agree that the Ukrainian Great Offensive has been a spectacular failure in terms of getting much done. And I think one of the reasons is, and this is also something Dan said, which was that the Ukrainians are not able to stage effectively. Because if you're going to break through with one set of units, you need to relieve them, right? You need to have a relief force that's ready to go, equally trained and equipped to then consolidate your breach. And in order to have that ready to go, you've got to stage it somewhere. And so if you've got Russians with long-range missiles and heavy artillery looking for these troop concentrations, that would be a very hard thing to organize. And that may be one of the reasons that the Ukrainians have not been able to successfully push through with breaches, is because they can't effectively stage any sort of support force to then push through after the breach. Mehdi, what were you?
Well, I was going to say, okay, we've seen a couple of Russian artillery systems.
It's really sad. He was waiting
Yeah,
so much.
It's cursed. He waited for so long to talk.
Keep getting a fucking call every single time. Anyway, so what I was trying to say is that, yeah, we've seen a couple Russian artillery pieces be destroyed. Okay, now let's think of the scale of things. All right, Russia is doing this all up and down the front to the Ukrainians. We get a couple examples of it, and everybody goes nuts like, oh my God, the Russians are losing. It's a fucking war. You do lose people. the other side does get successful hits on you, right? I don't know why you're shaking your head, because to think anything else is not reality. And
I agree with you.
And that's the thing, though, is that, you know, when you put it to scale, it doesn't match up. It is not the same thing. Russia can continue this up and down the line for, well, they've proven it. But can the Ukraine do that? No, they've proven they've had some recent capabilities, but that's about it. When they can do it all up and down the line like the Russians can, then let's talk. Let's talk about it being the same thing. But when you put it to scale, they're not even comparable.
We have to understand something. Russia also is not able to break the Ukrainian line. The problem is for the both of them. In defense, you are strong. In attack, you are weak. Until the truth for both of the side. We don't see a big Russian offensive. That doesn't exist anymore.
Well, the Russians did take Bakmood.
Yes, but it was a very slow battle.
Well, yeah.
Well, how fast was it supposed to go? What was the time frame?
I mean, if you want to see the Russians,
the same thing for Ukraine. Everything is the same.
They don't have the same war aims. Ukraine is saying they're going to take Crimea back. The Russians saying that they're going to knock out the Ukrainian army. The Russians can knock out the Ukrainian army by waiting for the Ukrainians to come to them and just grind them down, right? And minimize their own casualties. And there's been a lot of us on this open mic who've been saying that appears to be the Russian strategy from the beginning. They don't need to take territory. But whereas the Ukrainians, for whatever reason, and this is actually a bit of a mystery, they seem intent on pushing through. Like they really held on to Bakmood. They sent a lot of men into the meat grinder when it wasn't obvious why that was good for them. These offensives that they've been doing recently and losing a lot of men, it's not clear like why they had to do that. So I don't agree that the Russians cannot take territory. It's not necessarily their war aim.
Shadowy, you are right when you say when someone goes to the offensive, whether it's the Russians or the Ukrainians, they will suffer casualties. Yes, of course. But the Russians, if you want to see them going to a breakthrough somewhere, you need to see the Russians amassing troops, which you still don't see, except for Bakmood, where you got, we don't know, 5,000, 10,000, 15,000 Wagnerians there. They were strong enough to make a breakthrough into Bakmood. Yes.
I think
otherwise you don't see the Russians packing thousands and thousands and thousands of troops in one single Stärkpunkt, as the Germans said, in a place where they will try to break through. But for the Ukrainians, you saw that. They amassed thousands and thousands and thousands of troops in some specific point in the Zaporizhia line or in the South line, and they actually not really successful.
I think another thing with Bakmood too is once Wagner got past Soledar, I think the whole shell hunger thing was just, they had to hold Wagner back because the game is kill, not take territory. And Wagner was posed to punch in and probably go the distance. So they had to hold him back. And that's why it dragged out, I think, because what was holding Wagner back? I mean, they said themselves, I need artillery, I call up. I need a plane, I call up. Helicopters, I call up. What size is your detachment? Whatever size it needs to be to get the job done. So I think they were held back in Bakmood, and that's why it dragged on. I think if they want breakthroughs, they can get them. It just depends on what they want to expend to get it. And they're not really looking to waste dudes just for a breakthrough when they can sit right where they're at, kill you for 6 more months and walk through.
One single
I disagree with you on a point.
Wait. Let Dennis introduce himself first.
Yes,
Hi, Dennis.
You're muted. Dennis.
Can you hear me?
Hey, Dennis.
Good.
There you go.
You can't hear me, right?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
So I'm Russian half Tatar is if it's important. I live in Ulyanovsk. It's a city near Volga, so I was not affected by Wagner thing that was happened. If anyone interested in this, and I'm also a moderator from DPA Telegram channel. Sorry for my broken English. If something, really sorry because I never had any lessons on English. I just like self-learning Bumblebee from Transformers thing. I just copy thing and just reproduce him.
That's very good.
Let me teach you some good English, the good way,
Yeah.
the gooder way.
No. Don't listen to Vaughn. Your English is actually very, very good. It's like, for someone like me who covers this war for like 1 year, I can't speak a sentence of Russian. So this is actually considered super good. Okay, I'm gonna swap myself for Maddie so that you guys can talk.
Not yet.
Maddie, don't die on us.
Well, I know.
I wanted to add something. I think the best way to kill the guy on the other side is to create on the battlefield a cauldron. Yes.
Guys, I've been docked. Somebody's put my number out there, and they're calling every time I get on this screen. So I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm just. If it continues, I gotta leave. I'm gonna have to change my number.
I was saying that. Sorry. If you want to kill the other guy on the other side, you have to create a cauldron. Okay. Just let a small opening for the opponent who want to flee or want to reinforce the cauldron, and you are able to kill a lot of people. If the Russian was so strong and have the ability to do that, they would have created a cauldron in Zaporizhia, in Kupiansk, everywhere. They were able to create it very slowly in some place, but just some place, not everywhere. That's why I think they are not as strong as a lot of people think they are. Simeon, your turn?
Yeah, the only thing that I wanted to address in regards to what Vaughn said is the fact that the reason the Ukrainians were able to gather so much over at Bakmood and they sent so many men there is because the infrastructure that lent to that. If you see the area there's a ton of roads that lead to that area of the Donbass towards Bakmood. It's a rail hub and a road hub. And I'm not just saying that. If you check a map, you'll see that there's a ton of roads that go there. So it was really easy for them to send men there. And that's why it was also extremely important for the Russians to deny that capability, because that continues to be a thing. You can gather forces there, and you can gather a lot of forces there. And not only that, you can send a ton of equipment there. And what is dangerous about a ton of forces in one area with a ton of equipment and a line near them that they can break through? It's something you have to deny.
I agree with Shadowy that the Russians have not been capable of a real encirclement for a long time. And last year we already saw it with the battle of Popasnaya when they broke out and they managed to almost encircle the Ukrainians at Lysychansk, Severodonetsk, but they didn't totally manage it. And just in the summer, it became very clear that the Russian army was very deficient on some levels. And I think you have to just acknowledge that. So the Russians can be very powerful on artillery, for example, but they are very weak when it comes to combined arms operations and establishing a breakthrough. And you saw that in Zaporizhia in January when they tried to attack in a broad front, and after 3 days it just stopped it because it was not going anywhere. And Ugledar, idem dito. And but Surovikin, he saw the deficiencies of the Russian army and thought it would be better to be on the defense, let the Ukrainians attack. And I think that's very sound. But I think I don't hold my breath for a Russian offensive, to be honest.
The question is, do they need to advance, the Russians? They are cozy, you're good in their trenches, they don't need to advance.
It doesn't make much sense to extend your supply lines if you don't need to, right? It's like if the Russians, as Simeon said, if the Russians have got good supply lines to where they are, and their aim is to demilitarize Ukraine, so long as they're destroying command posts, so long as they are inflicting real harm on the Ukrainian military, I don't really see why. You know, I get if you're a computer gamer and you play Risk or you play like Civilization and the aim is to conquer the map because then you win, right? Okay, if that's how you think war works. But if your aim is to kill all of the fighting capable men and to destroy the command posts and to take out all the signal operators in the Ukrainian military, why not keep your supply lines short? Why not make the Ukrainians bring everything that they need from the Polish border across, thousands of kilometers of Ukraine to the battlefront and then deploy it there? There's this assumption that Russia has been trying to conquer territory, and I don't get it. Like, why? Why would they do that?
I'm not talking about taking territory. I'm talking about creating Cold War. Cold War is only about killing your opponent. Okay, I agree with you.
Yeah, so what was Bakmood?
So
what is
look
Adivka?
at the Atrivka pocket. The Russians were not able to make progress on the flank of the pocket. And if they could progress on the flank of the Atrivka pocket, they would be able to kill a lot more Ukrainian soldiers.
How do you know? Like, Adivka is a pocket, right?
Not
it's
really.
absolutely a pocket.
They are missing a few kilometers every time.
Maybe.
When
The
is the
only
last
thing that I
time
know
that
is
when is the last time that the
Yeah.
Russian army actually managed to encircle a large body of Ukrainian troops? Mariupol. And after that, nothing. Even in Bakmood they tried to encircle, but they never managed to.
No, I don't think you guys understand how a pocket works. You don't encircle it, right? Because then the part that is encircled. Please don't interrupt. I'm trying to explain something to you here. If you encircle the pocket, right, then you've got a very thin line in between the enemy in the center and the enemy's support forces. If you instead partially encircle it in a pincer, and you get the enemy to keep feeding troops in while you have fire control over their supply lines, then you have a ready supply of targets, right? This is pretty standard doctrine. Dan has talked about this previously on the channel. Again, you're not trying to encircle them and capture the territory. I mean, you might if that's your war aim, right? But if you're trying to inflict losses on the enemy, then what you're actually trying to do is bring them into a killing zone. So the pincer movement and what we see in Adivka, giving yourself fire control over the supply lines in, it gives you a target-rich environment that is close to your own supply lines. This is a fundamental misunderstanding of the war aims. Russia does not want to encircle and then capture areas and deal with a large amount of POWs. They want to kill the soldiers. And they're not on any time frame either. So one of the reasons that they might not be doing costly advances is because they're politically sensitive to losses on their own side. So, I'll leave it there. But guys like Mehdi and other commentators can talk about this better than I.
Yeah,
Dan, you should listen to Dan if Dan comes on. He's very wise when it comes to battlefield
I agree with you.
One of the things that Russian doctrine. Russian doctrine even states they rarely will fully encircle an enemy because it's hard to defend that gap where you're encircling them. You got to have an outer defense ring and you got to have an inner defense ring. And then you have to have people in between it. It's in Russian doctrine. When you're you're thinking from Western doctrine and you're not thinking from Russian doctrine. It's two different things. People got to make that switch. All right.
Okay.
Well,
and
One
to
thing that
I'm not
inflict
talking about
much more
encirclement.
damage, to kill more Ukrainians, you need to let them
Yes, to let them enter the pocket or try to leave the pocket.
no, you must let a passage to the pocket so the
Yes.
Ukrainians can bring new people, new troops, new
Yes.
equipment, and that's what
But
we
for
have
that, you need
seen
to
in
restrict the
Bakmood.
enter of the pocket.
And
That's
for
we are also
and to see what you are thinking, a total encirclement of a
No,
place, you need to have more troops.
It's all
I agree
determined
with
by
That's
you.
the
a
range.
mistake.
Russians don't commit enough troops to have a total encirclement of a place.
Yes.
No, but
Simple
you
as
don't need
that.
to.
Abel and Toby, I agree with you.
Don't forget,
I am just
don't forget
saying.
that Russians are not in full mobilizations.
I agree
They are
with
in
you. I am just
partial
saying that
mobilizations, as
to
they
have the
call it.
pocket with the maximum effect, you need the flank to be advanced a few more kilometers in a Trivka. And this few kilometers
No,
is missing.
no, it's all depending on the range of your artillery. That's it. The
Guys,
battle
The
zone
Russians
is the
already
range of your
have the
artillery.
no the last road that goes to Avdiivka, like the paved road. It is already under Russian control, like since a few days. Like Sieverne, like the Russians advanced to the outskirts of the town, so they currently have the last paved road to Avdiivka in their fire control.
guys, can I have a
One of the
here?
things the Russians probably want to do is to see the Ukrainians withdraw their troops in order to harm the morale of the civilian population. If the civilian population of Ukraine see their troops withdrawing, they may lose faith in the idea that they can win the war. That was one of the reasons that Zelensky went against his generals and said that Bakmood was a strategic necessity, because there was no real military necessity. It was a bloodbath. But Zelensky didn't want to be seen to be taking a backward step. That's politics, and politics is a massive part of warfare. And what Russia is looking for is surrender. They don't want to slaughter a bunch of Ukrainian conscripts, right? That's not their war aim. Their war aim is to win the war, and it's eventually going to be settled politically. And so you have to look at this in a more nuanced way than just a computer gamer who thinks that they're going to like get 100 points for taking a territory or capturing a city or something like that. That's not what this war is about.
Okay,
Can
guys,
we
can we give
introduce Leo? Leo
okay,
first.
guys, can
Leo,
we guys
please,
give
yes,
Leo
Leo
a chance to
first.
Leo
introduce himself?
first.
Yes.
Yeah,
Leo.
I'll step out. I've had a good talk, but I'll come in later. See you guys.
Good. Bye-bye, Toby. Hi, Leo.
Well,
Can you introduce
Leo.
yourself first?
Well, I'm 14-year-old Russian. I come from Russia, but I live in Austria for most of my life. So, yeah, something like
Yep.
that.
Yeah,
I'm blown away by the voice. The voice and the face doesn't match.
Yes, that's very
You
French.
have such a deep voice. I was like, what?
That's kind of true. I don't disagree with that.
I'm expecting some kind of voice like Raid's voice.
Wyatt, we need to take care because we are starting to be invaded by 14-year-old guys. So be careful.
Yeah, very soon this is just going to be like a middle school chat.
I'm going to charge my army, the minion army. Banana.
Banana. So
well,
Leo,
I thank you. I just want to thank you. 14 years old. Yes, the face does not match the voice. Oh my freaking God. I thought it was like, what's that face? Earl Woods coming on. But I thank you, young man, for being here and being involved and paying attention. Thank you. We need more kids like you.
Well, I truly just overlooking this conflict for a long time, like since the start, because I truly like first of all, I'm Russian and my grandfather are Ukraine. They come from Nikolaev region and we're like don't matter. In any way, how I was listening, you was talking about the Bakhmut meat grinder. Why did we kinda over circle the Bakhmut and gave Ukrainians the past road, the last road from Ivanivske to Bakmood and over Chasiv. About well, I fully agree with that, but about Avdiivka, truly, I don't know if Russians are actually planned like to kind of make encirclement there, because there is still a road. Yes, it's under fire control of Russians, but in fact, it's like 10 kilometers away, so the range are pretty bad for Russians, so they cannot like exactly fire at the points. I think they just I mean, they can push, but the thing is that Avdiivka is pretty big fortress, and the surroundings of Avdiivka, so Russians they didn't really push in Avdiivka, and because it would suffer pretty not big casualties, but some, maybe till thousands. So plus vehicles. So I think this is why they don't really advance, and even they don't. It's few kilometers. They still don't want any casualties, because if Russians would attack with like columns like we did in Vulidar during February 6th, that would be
bad idea,
painful. So they just don't really care if they have full artillery control over the last road of Avdiivka. They just don't really purchase Avdiivka as a like strategic point to destroy Ukrainians. So this is my thought of Avdiivka.
No, I
Yeah.
noticed that the Russians like advance when they like have a really good chance. Like in Severny, like when the Ukrainians attacked, they quickly withdrew, and when they withdrew, the Russians like just followed them back, and they are now at the outskirts of Severny, and they have fire control. So that's what I like basically observe whenever Russians make advances. They whenever they like get a really good chance, like there is very little resistance, they quickly advance. But if there is a really good defense, they just don't bother advancing. But when they have a really good chance, they just take the chance and quickly do it. Like they're not
Okay.
like the Ukrainians. Like they attack even if there is a really good defensive line. They attack whenever there is a huge vulnerability. That's when they advance.
Okay, I wanted to say something that might break that that concept, and it's the following. Bakhmut was extremely fortified. It also was one of the best supply positions for the Ukrainians because they had a ton of roads that went there, and they also were supplying a ton of men there, and they also were concentrating a ton of assets there. So they were pushing where it was hardest. But they were not pushing Avdiivka, that has only a couple roads that go there. And that has, well, tons of fortifications there. But it doesn't have quite as many men there because precisely it really doesn't need to have quite as many men. The minefields, the fortifications, etc., and the fact that it's honestly doesn't have a strategic value in and of itself. Why push? Like, let's set the following. If they really continue to press on Avdiivka, what are they gaining? Are they denying Ukrainians a staging ground? Yeah, they staged their artillery there, but can they bring any more artillery there when the Russians already have the fire control over the road? Can they really
the
use it?
question is, are they going to be able to destroy more Ukrainian army capability or not? Because we all agree here, I think, that the main goal of Russian is to destroy Ukrainian army capability. So I think if they push a few more kilometers near Avdiivka, and I think they cannot, or it's going to be too expensive, like Leo said, and if they were able to do it easily, they would have done it, just to destroy more and more Ukrainian capability.
Okay, can I continue with what I
Yes,
was
sorry.
saying? Essentially,
Go
what
ahead.
they did in Bakhmut And why they push there so much and why they focus there is to deny the Ukrainians a staging ground. That is an excellent point for the Ukrainians to stage an attack. Has tons of roads, has tons of fortifications that they had prepared there, and it's just an excellent point to stage an attack from, because you can have it well supplied. Meanwhile, if you look at Avdiivka, it just got one road, maybe two. How can you stage an attack from there when the ground itself is covered in trenches, minefields, etc., etc., etc.? And you also don't have quite as good supply in the area. Like, it's nonsensical to think that an attack would be staged from that. You can stage attacks from there, of course, everywhere you can stage attacks from, but it's not quite as good a point as Bakmood. And if you look at the rest of the map, there is not quite a point as well supplied as Bakmood, except for maybe Kharkov. That would be a point that the Russians would be interested in probably having a semi-encirclement of, because there's tons of roads that also lead to Kharkov. So it's a point that the Ukrainians could supply a lot.
Let me react to the first thing which was said before, like the Russian doctrine is not to encircle troops. That's what they did in Mariupol. So they acted against their own doctrine. So, second.
No, I understand that I said they rarely. They don't normally do it. I put in chat what they do when they encircle, when they do that. I just said it again. Please don't. If I did say, then I misspoke. I'll put it there. I shouldn't be on.
It's just depending. It's just depending about every situation. Every city is different. Every city is located different. So Mariupol was maybe, because of the type of city, the type of factory spaces, they could encircle much easier, and they do it like that. Now you are in a whole different. You're in a whole different situation. So.
Second, the Russians try to, like Leo said, they try to take the road of Chasiv Yar, and they did it at great expense, and they failed. So what if the encirclement is not the objective, then why would they spend so much resources trying to take the road to Chasiv Yar? It's this whole like, oh, the encirclement is not their objective. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, they put so much effort in it, in the encirclement. And then it should not be the objectives. It's really strange. Third, Bakmood is a horrible place, and I can tell you why. If you look at the map, it's in a valley. It's in a valley, and if you want to attack from Bakmood, you have to go uphill. So basically, the only thing you have to do is just to surround, to have the hills overlooking Bakmood and just pound the city. I mean, there's no way you could get out of there if you want to attack. Go to the east. It's just ridiculous. Bakmood
the terrain the Ukrainians hold is advantageous there. I mean, the hills that they are holding are higher than the Russian ones because the terrain goes down.
Can I say about Mariupol? Can I? Yes.
Yeah.
So about Mariupol, if we talk about why Mariupol was encircled, it's probably because of Group South that was attacking from the Crimea was one of the most successful. I think they was moving so fast, and they just like connected with group that was near Donetsk, and there was just a big city, Mariupol, and then just the only way was to encircle it because it's surrounded by sea below, and just, they can't leave. So those Ukrainian troops was not able to flee, just like
because the front line, when the Russians decided to take the offensive on Mariupol, the front line was 30 kilometers north of Mariupol. It wasn't an encirclement of Mariupol. Mariupol got
overwhelmed
because it's a city; it can't move with his own legs. But when the Russians decided to make the initial push, they ended up 30 kilometers north of Mariupol. So, yeah, That's why.
It
I have
was
something
just
to
It
add
wasn't
about
really
that.
an encirclement made
it was
by the Russians. In
accidentally
fact,
encircled.
kind of
Accidentally, just
accidentally, yeah.
I see from
I
your
like
point,
this kind of accidents. It should happen more often.
please.
I'd like to
I'd
point
like to
out
say
though
something.
I guess.
that Bakmood was actually the linchpin of the German defense lines in the Donbass back in World War II. It's not like this territory isn't known. If you read history, and David Glantz explains it, he couldn't remember. He kept on hearing about Bakmood and didn't realize that they were talking about Artemesk. I can't say it right, but anyway. But yeah, that area has been fought over before. The Russians are familiar with the area itself. They've been there before. They've had to push Nazis out of there before. So that's the thing. It's like, it's war. Things take time. There's no speed that it goes. You have an expectation, yes, maybe to complete a mission, but a mission takes as long as it takes to get done. It all depends on the mission you're getting. There's things that we did in CAV that, sometimes they were going to take a long time to do. It's just the nature of what's going on. Once again, I've never been in combat, but when you train for this type of war, those are the realities that you have to think about because it's a large scale. There's so many parts to it. Yeah.
Also, Mehdi, it's not United States versus Iraq or United States versus Syria or United States versus Taliban. You have one side Russia, and in the other side you have Ukrainians, which are armed, trained, equipped with NATO standard equipments, with intelligence provided by United States and NATO countries. Certainly one of the best, if not the best, satellite intelligence, intelligence of any kind. So seeing a big breakthrough in that war from one side or another is something, I think, the less probable thing you will see. Doesn't mean it will not happen, but it's the less probable thing in my point of view because of that.
Yeah, you make a good point. So I like that point. The point is, like you said, it's very hard to move around if the enemy is always seeing you with real-time satellite observation. So that's one of the explanations why it's so difficult for the Russians to actually pull off a big offensive without the Ukrainians knowing where it would be, because you cannot just hide your troops, you cannot sneak up. But it doesn't mean I just want to have no excuses. I mean, if you can, you encircle your enemy. Very simple. You destroy them. You don't allow them to pull back and rebuild their units with a core of experienced NCOs and troops. That's what you don't want. You want to destroy them, and if necessary, and that's encirclement is a very classic example from way back into history. So but this war is different in the sense that the Ukrainians have this support from the West about observation with satellites, and the Russians have drawn their conclusions, meaning that we cannot sneak up to the Ukrainians. So what do? We let the Ukrainians come to us, and we will wear them down.
Yeah, and that is the tactic that's called trench war. So the Russians decided to do a trench war, and then you're coming back about a tactic that been used 100 years ago, that didn't been used since then until now, and you need to add like you say, satellite observation, drone observation. It's much different. 100 years ago, you needed to try to pop up the balloons with the guys in the little baskets. That was just doing the reconnaissance. That was spotting for you. Now you're busy with drones. You're busy with satellites. It's more different, and it's just not a type of war when you need to push, when you need to do encirclements. You're just setting yourself, waiting that they try to take your trenches and your frontline positions. So it's such a different war. We can't even compare a Second World War. We only can compare with the First World War, and it was actually the only war where they really used trenches. I don't see another war where they really did that. So
American Civil War.
Yeah, okay, but it's but
the plane got shot down really fast.
Yes, the Crimea War too, if you want.
It's
countries in Crimea.
It's just one type of war we didn't see with each party having actually basically the same type of weaponry also. So it's a very difficult one. One for me, I'm going to see only situation in Russia going to start to push is when Ukrainians going to be out of ammunition and out of military personnel. And now already, because like last week we were busy talking about cluster munition, and Biden admitted that he said, yeah, it's just because we don't have any ammunition to give them to them from our stocks. What is left in the stocks are the cluster munitions. So we're going to see something happening, and we are going to see the Russians also starting to use cluster munitions more and more because Putin said it. You're starting to using cluster munitions, we're going to do it also. So it's going to be more bloody. It doesn't really have an effect on trenches. So the Ukraine is going to be hurt more and harder compared to the Russians. But after that, they're already saying, yeah, maybe next month we're going to have F-16s. Others are saying it's been 6 months. So we also need to talk a little bit for what was decided about the NATO top. But there is be a very good, interesting topic to see a little bit for the future also. But that type of war that's happening now is actually completely new. But with one tactic that is not new, is a trench war, is the trenches, and it's just something that it's very difficult to understand why they did that. Also because the drones, but the Russians didn't expect to have so many drones at the beginning of the war. Also, no, they have more drones than Ukrainians. So everything is changing so encirclement is actually impossible now in that type of warfare. So we need to think like 100 years ago and sort of a way.
Okay. I wanted to bring something up, but I'll let Maddie go first if he wants. Maddie, you're muted.
Oh, he's mute.
Always muted. Always the old man. The one thing I want to say about this is that, yes, intelligence and being able to see your enemy is what's changed in this war. The one thing that hasn't changed is that if you have the ability to do anything with the information that you know. So, you can know where they're staging. You can know what they're doing. But if you have nothing in place that can do anything about it, well, what do? You know where it is, but you can't do nothing about it. That's the point, is that people, think that just because you can see it happening means you can destroy it. That's not the case. The Ukrainians don't have the same amount of assets to be able to destroy things deep into the rear, up to the front, as the Ukrainians do. So the Russians, in that part of the game are winning. They can reach out and touch Ukraine a lot further and in more places than Ukraine can do the same back.
I want to let Leo to talk first. Then I want to address some of the points.
About strategies, tactics, and let's start first of all with Mariupol, because truly, yeah, Russians encircled Mariupol. There was different encirclements in this war, but Mariupol's generally. And I must say, why did the Russians actually encircle Mariupol? Because it was the start of war, and Russians' plans was really different to what it is now. So, it wasn't plan of reality, but they first plans was that Russians go like somewhere over Dnieper, they capture all Ukraine and settle peace. And first, what the Russians did in Mariupol, they just blockaded. They did not want to get city because they thought that war gonna be over by this time, because it did not plan for such a long time. But eventually, the plans had ruined. The Russians had failed their first plan, so the conflict had settled into the second phase of Russians now trying to capture Donbass and the other areas of Ukraine. So now the plan had changed, and Mariupol at this time, so it was April. Russians did advance kind of deeply into Mariupol because they still need to advance there. And truly, Mariupol was one of main logistic hubs of Russian army in the south, in Zaporozhye, in South Donetsk axis. So they needed to capture it, especially when Russian force was still concentrated in that area, in Mariupol, like around 15,000 of like Chechens, it was Donetsk militia and the Russian army. So they just had to clean the city now, what they did by May 20th. So initially, Mariupol had been encircled because it's the first plan was really different from Russian strategies, like completely different. So this is why they encircled Mariupol and cleaned it out. And about Russian strategies, yeah, they tried at Bakmood first when they entered like from the south axis to Ivanivske. They tried to capture Ivanivske, but it failed. Yeah, it wasn't something like a big try, but they tried though. In fact, they got the other idea of like original plan was the plan was to stage as many Ukrainian forces, as many Ukrainian brigades in this sector of Bakhmut to basically root out the best brigades of Ukraine, and they kind of succeed that plan. Ukrainians suffered a lot of casualties over and in Bakhmut. They had lost Bakhmut, and plan was still different. It wasn't like first maybe it was to encircle Bakhmut, but then you need more forces. Russians had more forces, like to dig in the trenches over Bakhmut, but the thing is not in that. As I said, they needed to root out the best brigades of Ukraine, and they needed to make the mid-grinder. This is why even Prigozhin called himself this was a mid-grinder operation. And their strategy changed from encircling Bakhmut to basically keep the eye on the last route to Bakhmut, so they can just ambush the columns what are going from hill 190, what is near Birhovka. And yeah, they basically did not encircled. They tried first, but it didn't work. Then they just made it a mid-grinder. It will be, if they encircled Bakhmut, it would be still a big mid-grinder, but already with less troops entering exactly the Bakhmut. And the main point of this operation in Bakhmut, why did the Russian government let Wagnerians to recruit prisoners, inmates from prisons, and why did Wagner grow up so big till 100 or till 50,000 men? They wanted to do a mid-grinder operation, and because Russia was in mobilization till December, we needed to prepare. We needed to arm their 300 new mobilized men, and but Bakhmut was pretty good place for that, because basically, first of all, there was some strategic importance, because Bakhmut, it's basically control its roads from Donetsk to Siversk. It's roads from Chasiv Yar to Luhansk. It's a main road center in Donbass. So this was a strategic importance. And now Ukrainians do not have road from down from Siversk to support. Well, anyway, there was some strategic importance. Second, they, like, as I said before, they needed to hold as many Ukrainian brigades as they needed. And they did that. They killed, they wounded a lot of enemy soldiers. And to keep Ukraine counteroffensive from winter, because winter isn't the best time to attack, but truly if Ukraine attacked in somewhere in December, Russians in Zaporozhye, it would be, I think they would capture much more villages, because Russian forces, Russian mobilized personnel, it wasn't trained, it was at some point even demotivated, because I heard a lot of stories when the Russian soldiers first 3 months did not even get paid. After it got fixed, but the first 3 months of mobilization was pretty, I would say, disorganized. So Russian army in Ukraine was less, mobilized personnel was less experienced, those Mobics, what was half a year ago, it wasn't the Mobics what we see today, because today those are not professionals by it, they are experienced guys, and they managed to defeat the Ukraine counteroffensive, not even at the second line of defenses. Somewhere, like at Vremivka tactical bridgehead, they did not actually had breakthrough to Russian positions, to Russian Maginot, or however you wanted to call line. So, yeah, and
Yeah,
I
you
wanted to
can
like say
continue.
something. I wanted to say something about like what you said about the Bakmood, like the first point. Like Prigozhin said that he agreed with Surovikin to make Bakmut a meat grinder last year. So, and the Russians reached the last roads to Bakhmut, like Ivanivske, that place in like this year, like in January or December. I'm not sure exactly, but around that time. So, they have tried to like, capture it, but they have not tried very seriously, because the meat grinder plan was agreed upon a long time, and if they would try to if their plan was to encircle it, the meat grinder plan won't work, because their plan was to pull in as many Ukrainian brigades as they can and just finish them one by one. That their plan was to like basically inflict the most casualties.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
but
Can
still,
I?
just a second. Can I finish? If the encirclement had been closed up, first of all, Ukraine all brigades had been closed up in Bakhmut. What was there? Yeah, it isn't a lot of men, a lot of brigades in Bakhmut there was, but still it would inflict like more than 10,000 casualties, direct casualties. And second, imagine, I think that probably Ukrainians would try to break through to their guys who had been encircled in Bakhmut, and this would lead to the most casualties, maybe. It would be less, maybe, casualties, but truly, I think that the Russians was, I don't know exactly what was their plan. I'm not Prigo man, but still, maybe first plan about the meat grinder was about to encircle them.
The meat grinder plan is basically pulling in as many troops as they can into Bakmood and just finishing them slowly. So if they encircle, yes, they would have inflicted a lot of casualties, but if they just kept pulling in reinforcements, they would have inflicted a lot more casualties, in my opinion.
Okay,
Because
so
because they were in reinforcements were were flowing in constantly from other places, because all
So-
the Ukrainian forces who fought in Bakhmut were not all in the Bakhmut all the time. Like they came from outside and they fought there.
okay,
Yeah,
so I want to
Yeah,
share
my
my
bad.
perspective. So I want to share my perspective because, yeah, I think a bit absorbed into it. So the first we talk about the Mariupol one. So there's two main topic. One is Mariupol, one is Bakmut. Mariupol, I believe that's part of the plan. The encirclement is part of the plan because we have to understand that the original plan is denazification, and the Azov battalion is based in Mariupol. The only way to so-called denazify and wipe out as many of these so-called neo-Nazis at one shot is to encircle them. And second thing about the encirclement of Mariupol is because they need to establish the land bridge. If they fought from two fronts and they don't link up, they are all these Russian troops are going to die because the supply line will be too long. You need to have a connection of the land bridge so that you can supply from both sides. Because if not, what you're going to get is like the Crimean bridge getting hit. Then you have this railway bridge getting hit just between Crimea and Kherson. So you're going to have, there's a lot of vulnerabilities coming from the southern front. So they need to link that land bridge. That is the only way to secure the forces in the southern front. That's why they launched the northern offensive, which have two purposes. The push towards Kharkiv, Sumy, and Kiev. One thing is to draw away Ukrainian forces away from reinforcing Mariupol, because the Ukrainian forces will send their forces to save the Azov battalion and Mariupol. But when you have an even bigger, important thing to protect, which is the capital city, then the Ukrainian forces will not be able to send their forces to break the encirclement, and which is exactly what we saw. They unable to break the encirclement. So by the time the Russian forces withdraw from the northern front, Mariupol battle is more or less wrapped. That's part of the reason. Second, of course, the northern front has a second reason is just to put political pressure, to put pressure on Kiev to just make a quick peace deal. So that's that. So I do not think that, I think that is entirely part of the plan. There's no reason, no possibility that is not part of the plan. There is there's no possibility that it's an accident, because you have to drive through so many empty villages and city. You have to go a specific directions, a specific place that you're going to go. If not, you just drive. Zaporizhzhia is very huge. So I believe that's part of the plan to encircle Mariupol, and that's the only way to take out the entire Azov battalion out of the entire picture. Because if, let's say, Kiev, let's say, the 3-day war succeeded, okay, the Ukraine surrendered within one month, but then the Azov battalion ran away. They are not encircled, they ran away. Then you fail in your denazification, and they can run away. They can run everywhere. They can run into Europe. There's no way you can catch them. So then the denazification thing will be entirely moot. So that's one. Bakmut is another thing, which in my perspective, is very different from what you guys are talking about. My belief is that the Wagner Forces is never supposed to go on the offensive. They're never supposed to capture Soledar. They are never supposed to enter Bakmut. They went against Russian military strategic plan. The strategic plan was always to just hold the line, and the Wagner Forces just went ahead and do their own offensive. They want to prove that they want to do their own thing, because you have to understand what is Bakmut. Bakmut at the front line is a useless city. It's just another frontline settlement. But when Bakmut is in the rear, it's a mess. It's a super strategic, important transport hub. That is totally where all the supply, reinforcement, and ammunition, everything must go through Bakmut in order to reach the eastern front. And if you guys have followed me, or anyone of you guys watching has followed me in the earlier days, I've always talked about Bakmut. Even before Bakmut was a thing, I always talk about Bakmut is an important town. I thought that after capturing Popasna, they would actually go for Bakmut. They didn't. Then because the entire plan was not. Because if you keep Bakmut there, then the Ukrainian forces will always have to filter through Bakmood and spread across the entire eastern front. And the Ukrainian forces' logistic will be very stretched. When you fight the battle at Bakmood, next to it is Chasivia, next to it is Konstantinivka. It's extremely well supplied place. It's not a good place to hold a line because the Ukrainians will have it very easy to resupply and to continue to keep up the pressure on Bakmood. It's just not good. If you fight at Popasna region, further away, it's very difficult for the Ukrainians to actually hold the front line because they have to keep going out into the field. Like what happened in Marinka. Why Russians don't want to capture Marinka? Because Marinka is just next to the city. It's just next to Donetsk city. That if the Ukrainians to come to Marinka, they have to go through a lot of all these farms and fields, and there is no good place to hide their forces. The Russians can hide in the cities. There's so many buildings just east of Marinka. It's just a plan to just waste all the fuel, make it very difficult for the Ukrainians to do their logistic, to drag it out. It's a attritional warfare. That is why the Wagner forces and the Russian military have such a big difference, and they resulted in the end with a kind of mutiny or coup. Because it's this clash of principle. Wagner believe in offensive actions to really like most of the pro-Russian people, they want this war to be won with epic glory. That's what Wagner wants, because that's how Wagner fights as well. The Russian military is fighting on in a higher scale. They are under Putin's order. They have a geopolitical, geostrategical objective. The whole point is not to conquer Ukraine, it's to demilitarize Ukraine. If you fight, the further you fight into Ukraine, the more of Ukraine will be destroyed. If you keep the front line as it is, the destruction will be kept at where the front line is. And when most of the Ukrainian troops is destroyed, then you push in a massive offensive, there's no one to stop you. And then most of Ukraine will be saved. But if you go on the offensive, so what you see is that Soledar is destroyed, it's flattened, Bakmood is flattened. This is the reason why, I believe that, the Russians maybe pull back the ammunition, because if they continue to feed the Wagner ammunition and continue to allow the Wagner to continue to recruit prisoners, they will continue to go on the offensive, then they will start to capture Chasivia, they will go into Konstantinivka, then the entire of Donetsk will be flattened. Because the Ukrainians are going to defend every single meter, every single kilometers of land, and every single city will be destroyed and flattened, because it's just like in World War II. The German forces wanted to defend every single city, and everything was destroyed by the Red Army. So but that is my point, and I'm going to swap myself for Craig.
Wyatt.
Yeah. What?
About the denazification of Mariupol and the Azov battalion. It's a total failure.
Yeah, thanks to Turkey, right?
Thanks
Turkey
to many
betrayed Russia.
things. Prisoner
You
exchange,
made a good point.
Because of the commanders of the Azov battalion, which were in Mariupol and captured, went to Turkey, and now they are back to Kiev, back to business. So
I have a question for you.
Wait. So the Russians have very bad forecasting, very, very bad forecasting on some subject.
Maybe
on some
because
subject they are
Okay,
not
I'm
very
leaving,
good
huh?
at forecasting
Bye.
things.
by road.
You mentioned that Russians want to avoid the MOD want to avoid destroying everything. They have no choice. They have to destroy everything, because the West and the Ukrainian side, which are in charge, will defend, as you mentioned, every single pieces of their of what they control. So, if the Russian MOD are thinking that with keeping some shells so we have less destruction, I mean, they lost their mind.
Okay,
Yeah.
They have
Craig,
to
I have a
understand what
question
they
for
are
you.
facing. They have to understand what they are facing,
That's why the
which
entire
is
thing just
NATO and neocon.
yeah. So
Craig,
yeah,
you're
but that's the
muted.
problem when you give so much autonomy to the warlord. Basically, basically Wagner Forces is like a private army. It's like a warlord. That's how many of the civil war of the past is fought. The emperor or the leader, the king or the whatever the government actually have no control over the warlords. The warlords just do whatever they want. Like even in World War II, the Japanese Manchu army, they are basically a warlord. They just do whatever they want. They say that do not attack the Russians. They went to attack the Russians. so that's what happens.
Okay.
Now, I want to add something about.
Wait, before anyone asks me a question, I wanted to qualify something I agree with Wyatt on, that Bakmood was special because Wagner is kind of a warlord unit. It's a bit of an experiment for the use of PMCs, and I think they learned a lot from it. The location is exactly as Wyatt says. It's really important in the rear, but as a frontline location, it just becomes something you would ordinarily bypass. But they had great success in luring in Ukrainians to the killing ground, killing them in what convicts know how to do, which is, gang warfare in an urban area where you kill the other gang and then you retreat, right? You go back to safe ground and you let them enter the killing ground. So this was a kind of warfare that convicts are probably pretty good at. And I think it was a great distraction to sit there and watch Bakmood for 6-8 months while the real war is battled out in the BRICS negotiating room. The real war is being won for Russia on the diplomatic front and the economic front. But it's hard to sell the public on that. But you can sell them on these Wagner tough guys doing their thing while you're doing the real work of setting up trade deals and the north-south transport connection and so on. So I'm going to agree with Wyatt mostly on that, except to say that there is a specific benefit to using that type of troops in that type of warfare. I'm going to disagree with RL about the denazification issue because Russia does not want those Azov commanders out of the action and then back in case of a peace or a truce. They want them on the front line so they can be killed. They don't want them sitting in Turkey. They want them dead. So, and Zelensky also wants them dead because they'll kill him for making peace. So I think you just don't want these guys to be in prison. You want them dead. And the way that you get them dead is, you sort of shrug when Erdogan lets them go back to the front line. I also think that the vast majority of the experienced troops Azov had were lost in Mariupol. And these Nazi units, Kraken, Idar, Tornado, Misanthropic, C-14, right sector. If I missed any, there's like 50 of them. These guys are hard to isolate and wipe out, and you want the experienced ones, which brings me to my actual point, which was Avdiivka. Avdiivka is special because it's been shelling Donetsk for this whole time since 2014. And when that Avdiivka rat's nest is destroyed, there'll be huge celebrations in Donetsk. So I think they're not pincering it very much because they want the civilians to realize it's under pressure and to get out. But they want the determined Nazis sitting there who've been shelling Donetsk deliberately to kill civilians for this length of time. They want them to stay. Because when the Russians are satisfied that Avdiivka consists only of dedicated Nazi units and no civilians and few conscripts, they're going to wait till a lull in air defense, and they're going to send in the Tu-95Ms as they've done a couple times before, and that's going to be a crater. Avdiivka will no longer be on the map at all. It'll kill everything there. But you don't want to do that to conscripts or civilians. So you just have to set that up somehow so the Nazis stay and everyone else leaves, and then you destroy it completely and have a great big celebration. So Avdiivka is different than Bakmood and different than Mariupol, and I agree completely with Wyatt that that Mariupol had to be taken because of the land bridge, and also that there was really no choice, but it was the only way to capture a very large number of Azov at once. So there you go. Now someone can ask me a question.
Yeah,
I just wanted to add
if you might read because I have been for almost an hour waiting.
Okay,
and it's the following. So, Craig, do you think this callback and what would be like retention of 3,000 US troops and then sending them to Europe has been convened in Vilnius beforehand? Do you think it has anything to do with that, or is it just?
Yes, they're closely related. Remember also that the anti-Russia plan announced has Germany going to Lithuania, the UK going to Estonia, and Canada going to Latvia, all for very specific and legitimate historical reasons, actually. There are very good ties between those countries to recommend that strategy. But Canada is supposed to double its contingent in Latvia from 1,000 to 2,000 troops. And Canada tends to not want to do things like that unless the United States is doing something, proportional. Now, it's not proportional, because if it were proportional, the US would be sending 20,000 troops. That would be like Canada sending 1,000, because its army is relatively twice as big and the country is 10 times bigger. So I think that's all negotiated in advance. Both of those things are closely connected. And if you see a deployment immediately of Germans to Lithuania or Brits to Estonia, it will be similarly, all have been worked out in Wilno. I'm not going to call it Vilnius, because when the Lithuanians got it, it was only 20% Lithuanian. It was 40% Polish, and it was called Wilno, Poland. And I think it's still Wilno, Poland, as long as you've got Polish troops occupying it and it's sitting in NATO. Poles have not given up on taking Brest or Lvov or Wilno back. They know no sense of limits, and if they could get their 1938 border back, they would do so, even if it meant Lithuania got broke up. They're really that fanatical. They fought a war with Lithuania, actually, in 1919 over this. So, it's a ridiculous situation. The Poles are absurdly aggressive, and it's very dangerous, actually.
I want to talk about the point raised
I want
about
to answer towards that right there, though, because we don't know what these troops are. Some of these people, I understand. I had talked to somebody that kind of knows somebody anyway, that they were inactive reservists that were called up. And generally, those are people of positions that are hard to fill, like technical and also medical. So what we could be seeing is just a medical field unit actually going out there. We don't know if they're even combat troops. We don't know what they are. You know what I mean? Is it a threat, really? It all depends on the units and the specialists that they actually sent.
It's too small a number to threaten anybody. I mean, if you actually look at the history of it that I mentioned, the Brits actually backed the Tsarists based in Estonia to threaten St. Petersburg and sank, I think, the only battleship the Red Navy had in 1923. Estonia absorbed the Tsarist troops and basically made them the Estonian army at the end of that. So that's the tie between the UK and Estonia. The tie between Germany and Lithuania is that the elite class of Lithuania were Baltic Germans, and they were basically Prussians. And the Freikorps in 1918, 1920, basically the original Nazis who used swastikas as their symbol and had a kind of a weak racial superiority doctrine, flooded in from Germany to Lithuania to basically keep it from going Bolshevik. And the Canada-Latvia tie is weaker, but still significant. Canada was the first country to recognize Latvia and support its entry into NATO when it became independent and when it joined NATO, respectively. And that was not forgotten by the Latvians. And essentially, Canada has a long history of being minimally belligerent towards Russia and China, and often acting as an intermediary or a bridge. So if there's a possibility of negotiating on the ground a nasty situation, that's the kind of troops you actually want there, because they're experienced peacekeepers and so on. And it's a difficult situation in Latvia because of the Russian minority, ethnic minority there. And you just need troops that are not going to fall into the ethnic hate problems of the region. And so there are good reasons why the British, the Canadians, and the Germans, respectively, have taken on those roles in the Baltic. But I would say they are not threatening. Those are defensive roles. You're not going to be invading across the border with German, British, or Canadian troops. I mean, you can't. Only the Americans really have an assault-capable force, and it's nowhere near the Baltics, and that's for a reason. The Americans won't put that assault-capable force in Poland either, because that would be too threatening. If the Americans put one anywhere, they'd probably stick it in Hungary, would be the wise place to put it, because the Hungarians literally won't let them attack from there, and then they have an excuse not to. So that's what I think the positioning is about. It's a positioning that is deliberately non-threatening to Russians.
Yeah, as I mentioned last week, after a question by JS, the NATO summit in Vilnius, nothing burger.
It certainly didn't change the status quo, did it?
And Ukraine didn't get his formal invitation into NATO. and not really new news about supplies of weapons or equipment.
About
Yeah, we
It's
were
like
talking about
every
about
European leaders or every NATO leaders who were there were kind of embarrassed to be next to Zelensky, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Is
It
that true?
looked
Something
Is that
different,
true?
right? It
But is
looked
that
different.
true?
Why
Like,
had more success?
That's
because I only
why,
saw
for
like
me, the BRICS
snippets.
summit in South Africa is the summit I'm waiting for, really.
Next month.
so
Yeah,
fast.
And the
the
Latin
NATO,
American summit that's happening too. Both of those will
also
be very telling in terms of world opinion. Yeah.
So
exactly.
so
The
firstly,
NATO summit was not what Ukraine expected, but I saw the Ukrainian officials, like especially Danilov, the Secretary of the Defense Council of Ukraine. He was optimistic that even though Ukraine has not said, and I mean the NATO summit has not said anything about Ukraine membership, I think NATO has given some signs. Also, Lloyd Austin has also said that he hopes Ukraine will get NATO membership after the war, and that's what the Ukrainians want. So,
After the war, right?
Danilov, yeah,
Keywords, right?
Danilov said that he. Okay, wait, I can't remember it.
Yeah, it's a bit like, you know, I say that I will go and slim down, you know, go to the gym every day after, you know, I earn $1 million. Like it's just no, you just say things that
$1 million only.
yeah. Oh yeah, maybe there is a
No.
hyperinflation. There's hyperinflation
Oh,
is
yeah.
too high. The risk is too high. That $1 billion.
Notice the test balloons though. Arestovich is out there saying if we lose a chunk of territory, but the other chunk gets in NATO, that's a good deal. Like this is talk that you would have been killed by Nazis for saying a year ago, but now there's probably just not enough Nazis to get to him. So Arestovich can say that now, whereas he could not have said it earlier, and that's a significant change in tone. Another significant change, which is interesting, is the G7 meeting. If you read the G7 communique, it is incredibly belligerent. It is pure neocon garbage. It basically accuses
The one in Japan.
Yeah, it says they're going to go after China next, and it basically says they will never let Iran have a nuclear bomb. It's like they just those things don't need to be in the communique to pick all the fights at once, but they are. And this tells me that the neocons are writing the G7 communiques and then bullying all the other countries to sign them. This is not something that in normal times the Germans or the Canadians would sign off on. They would push back on it. They'd weaken the language. They'd try to look for diplomatic paths. When you see the last two G7 communiques, they are pure belligerence. And this suggests to me that G7 and NATO are an incredibly weak ground. Both organizations could cease to exist tomorrow when one member of them, like say Italy and the G7 or Hungary and NATO, just says, no, absolutely not. Like just enough. This is at the point of nuclear war risk and screw you, and we're leaving this entity. I think the G7 doesn't need to exist and NATO doesn't need to exist. The only reason they're held together is kind of fear by members of the club that decisions will be made without them. Like if Hungary left NATO, then the Poles would be able to dictate it to do whatever crazy thing they want. Hungary wouldn't have a veto, right? And if Italy left the G7, then it has no chance to, limit a belligerent communique. So at these point, these two organizations are held together by sheer fear and bullying, and they're not really reflecting any consensus of the member states.
Well, they're not reflecting their own charter either. If I may, just to interject here on the NATO summit, and then I'll piss off and let you guys talk. But I just want to make a technical point here, right? One of the conditions of NATO is that you can't accept a belligerent power, a power that's engaged in a war, into NATO, right? And so what we're looking at is let me finish. Wait, let me finish.
Toby, let first Mehdi speak. He was first waiting.
Okay, I just wanted to make this point about the NATO summit before we move off on it, right? The point is, what we're looking at is the emergence of NATO 2.0, right? And it will actually suit the neocons to get rid of NATO because NATO is hamstrung by the fact that it can't incorporate countries like Kiev. It can't be the military machine for the new global rules-based order, because the global rules-based order means overthrowing countries like Russia that don't accept these new rules. So you might find that nobody wants NATO, not only do the current member states not particularly see the point of NATO, you might find that the neocons don't want it either. They want something new. They want something more aggressive. They want something that can actually go on the offensive, that can take in countries like Kiev. So this idea that NATO might go away is a very interesting one, because it might just suit everybody. Now I'll piss off and let Mehdi talk. Thanks, guys.
No, Tobes, I thought that was a good point. What I want to add to this is that, you know, let's look at what NATO really is right now. It's basically signing up to be to hide under the United States nuclear umbrella is basically all it is. It's shown that in Europe it cannot do what it was supposedly designed to do. Most of its army, if it was ever to face the Russians on the ground, is in the United States and has to cross the Atlantic to get there. Russia is not just going to allow a flotilla of tanks to make it to European shores, only to have to fight them in the Baltics. It just doesn't make sense. They're not going to do it. And that's the whole thing about this NATO thing, is, as Craig said, it's on its last legs. It's trying to find a place to exist. And that's all it's doing right now. So when you think of NATO, you know, just get it out of your head that they can do anything on the ground at all. All it is a nuclear umbrella that people are signing up to hide under. That's it.
Real quick, Craig, when you say that the movements of those troops are for defensive purposes, does that mean that they think or they feel they are weak?
Well, just in numbers alone, they're weak, and I don't think that the logic that we're expressing here, several of us, is lost on the members of the alliance. They know that NATO as a thing could come together apart tomorrow. Hungary or Turkey could say we're absolutely not in for a war, and if you guys even try to bring Ukraine seriously in, we are gone. And then you've got Canadians stranded in Latvia and Brits stranded in Estonia without the support of a clear continental majority. So yeah, I think they're in no position to launch any kind of offensive action on Belarus or anywhere from there. Certainly not with those numbers of troops, and not with Wagner now training the Belarus army. So there's no real possibility for aggression there. Certainly not with Kaliningrad on one side of you and St. Petersburg on the other, and now Wagner across the border in Belarus to your south. Like, they're afraid of that scenario, and they just want to balance forces. They're not in a position for aggression. I want to make a point about the NATO expanding to destruction thing. I mean, it's like popping a balloon. If you fill it too full with too much pressure, it blows up. And adding in Finland and Sweden and maybe Kosovo might be the thing that makes it finally blow up. We have a term in the technology field in the software field called embrace, extend, extinguish, where you pretend you're meeting a standard, then you try to extend the standard to something that it isn't, and then everyone says this isn't a standard anymore, we're giving up on it, and it gets extinguished. And sometimes that's a deliberate strategy.
I was on to cut in. I actually agree with Craig because I also want them to. I just about to say that no, the Baltic states' purpose in NATO is just a front line. It's just a distraction. The Baltic states' total population is merely the population of Singapore. They are very small. They have no military use unless they are very, very militarized like Singapore, which they are not. So they have no military purposes. They are just there to take the first strike, or they are just there for casus belli, for NATO to enter a war with Russia. That means, they will create some problems, and then Russia maybe intervenes or do something with them, or they use them as an excuse, and then NATO have to go to war with Russia. That's the purpose of the Baltic states. They are not meant for war. They're just meant to start a war.
They're useful as like a forward staging area or a place to place weapons or missiles that are a threat to Russia. So exactly. Yes, as far as their ability to be like ground fighters, you're right, they're useless. But it further cuts off. But also look at what the impact that had on Kaliningrad, right? When all the Baltic states joined, right? It just kind of separated that from the rest of Russia. So in that sense, it does serve a purpose, but not in the purpose of making your army any bigger. But I think that there's kind of been this weird like NATO has morphed into not so much a military alliance, because that's pretty much, once the Soviet Union collapsed, kind of NATO was struggling to find a reason for its existence, right? Because I mean, the whole purpose of NATO was a counter to Soviet expansion after World War II. So then it lost that meaning as to all these other, you know, members of the Warsaw Pact, which was a counter to NATO, literally gained their independence, and the Russians' economy was in total collapse, complete chaos during the 1990s, and that's when NATO underwent its greatest expansion. So NATO is really looking for a reason to exist. So that's, you know, and maybe perhaps on an unconscious level, that's why they're creating this war, because what is the point of having this alliance if you have no one to fight?
Yeah, but the only positive things I see between having Finland and maybe Sweden, because Turkey need to vote for that at the parliament of Erdogan, is that you do a sort of encirclement of the around the Russian territory. I need to see that there in the Baltics, you have the biggest Russian submarine fleet also stationed in there. So for the NATO, I mean, for the USA, it's just a good reason to put another base and these countries to getting closer and closer to Russia.
Yeah,
That's
like
for
I said,
me
a
the
forward
only
stationary.
positive thing for the NATO.
So firstly,
USA,
can I just speak about Wagner firstly? Craig said that they recruited convicts, right? And that they are experienced actually because of gang wars and urban fighting maybe. I think it's highly unlikely because they recruited not only murderers, fighters, they also recruited others and gang fights. There, that thing was like very long time ago. It's in the 90s. Nowadays, it's not that big of a deal. It's like some big news actually if something that happened. And second, there is super chat question about NATO convention and other stuff. Dude asking about how they will support further Ukraine. I think about it is that they probably will give F-16s to Ukraine, but how if Ukraine pilots are not unexperienced and they are not prepared. Actually, I think about that, and it will be simple. I think they will take high bet. It will be just, well, we're giving F-16 to Ukraine. There will be actually Ukraine pilots, but not. They will just recruit some old NATO pilots or just actual NATO pilots, and because why not? You probably won't see a NATO pilot, even if, because Russian red lines are just, you know about them, just pathetic sometimes. About Azov head commanders, it's actually was a huge media loss in our media sphere, because everyone was like, yeah, we got those Nazis, we will get him executed, or justice will be done, and so on, and they just swap them because probably because of diplomacy or some, I don't know. And actually it happened before with mercenaries. Maybe you remember in Donetsk, there they must be on the in court for their war crimes, but after that they just disappeared because we sent them to their homeland, and then they just come back again, but not actually as fighters. They now, if they are alive, they are like volunteers, actual volunteers, not just term for the media. So yes, thanks for the
Yeah, you make some special interesting points, like you're talking about having like NATO pilots flying the F-16s. It can be actually something as a mercenary, like someone that retired as an F-16 pilot. Someone, well, like one here in Belgium, an F-16 pilot that retired and decided to be mercenary for the Ukrainian army. He's technically able to be an F-16 pilot for the Ukrainians. Yes, that is possible, but not an active pilot. Not an active pilot. That's impossible.
Probably yes.
Yeah. So now, like for the package, we Belgium going to support Ukraine with training with F-16s. We have F-16s with double seats in Belgium, and
I got your point. So there will be Ukrainian pilot, and then after them, just like retired NATO pilot.
Yeah,
So
it's only possible as retired. But I think a smart ex-F-16 pilot doesn't go into the war in Ukraine, because if you're smart enough, you're going to know you don't gonna fly long. Because the whole F-16 is a big joke. But Belgium's playing with a joke, and they're saying they're normally already being training Ukraine, but they say to the NATO top they are going to, but they are, in my mind, already doing it. And they're going to send some maintenance people from the NATO countries also there. So I can see that they're going to return some F-16s back to Poland for the maintenance. So it's saying a lot that the F-16s doesn't going to be maintained in Ukraine themselves, because it's impossible to send some NATO military maintenance people into a country in a war. Otherwise, you have the list to saying I participated. But
actually,
yeah.
you're right, because it's interesting question how they will maintain F-16s, because well, it can be air base in Poland, but I doubt that they will fly from Poland, strike, and then go back, because it will
You can easily put them on a truck. You can easily put them on the truck. So you can form in a short time Ukrainian soldiers or maintenance people from Ukraine themselves to do basic maintenance. If I pronounce that. But for the big ones, like a new engine, repair electronical stuff, you can or transport your engines or your stuff in a plane. No, and don't go do that on a truck. Maybe easier. You can transport easily an F-16 on a truck. Of parts of it on a truck. So you can do a lot by roads. You don't need to have air something to do something like that. So you can keep your F-16 in Ukraine, and the important stuff you can send into Poland for the big maintenance. So that's why you need the more experienced people. They're going to stay in Poland, and they're going to do the difficult stuff there also. It's like the question already been asked about where do you be able to land and take over the F-16. Yeah, you can do that on the road, but it's very dirty, and F-16 is not made for that. But they can do it. Only after a while they are obligated to do a big maintenance. They need to do a refit on the engine. So the engine can take some, but not enough. So after a few hours of flying hours, they need to send the engine to do a refit or to do a big checkup for that. So that's if they can use it for a long time, for a long period, the F-16, you're going to have a lot of things like that happening. But I just don't see it happening. So what I'm saying is possible, but not realistic. And the war situation we have now is never going to be realistic. Have you already seen how fast Russia is doing their best to destroy all the tanks from the NATO that they've been sent into Ukraine? You're going to see that even more harder with the planes. And there's also a reason why that Russia is maybe calmer in some strategy and attack for the moment, that they don't use some high expensive missiles because you're keeping them for when the F-16s are going to be there.
We
That's
probably
just my way of thinking, but
we probably just wait until all equipment collected in one place, and Ukrainians are calm, and then we strike. As I think, we never just, well, there is a target on the map, one F-16, we will strike. No, we will just wait probably.
They're going to find locations already are stocked.
What are they going to do? They're going.
I want to
Yeah,
address
yeah.
a couple of
F-16
points
is
Leo raised
really,
about the
really
infantry stuff. We can go
complicated.
back to F-16s, but I got to go, right? So just to
Yeah.
address those before I go, Leo, first I'm going to agree with you that most of the Wagnerites were not from that generation that did street fights in the 90s. But I did see a lot of guys in their 50s in the Wagner group, and it doesn't take more than a couple of experienced street gangsters to train up a bunch of younger guys. And I think that that factor was definitely there among some of the older guys that were brought into Wagner. They were veterans of those oligarch wars. So that factor, obviously not there in the younger people, but probably there in the older ones. And maybe those guys are all dead now. But the more important point I wanted to raise, and it's one I hear a lot in pro-Russian circles, is this frustration at the prisoner exchange. Prisoner exchange is absolutely fundamental to warfare. It is fundamental to ending wars. I could write a book on this just from what I have studied on it historically, but there are no situations in war where the public's opinion of prisoner exchanges is allowed to count over military opinions of them. There's a very famous letter by John Graves Simcoe, who is a prisoner at the time, to George Washington, basically telling him that a governor who's holding Simcoe and won't let him go in a prisoner exchange is usurping Washington's responsibility as the commander of the whole army. And Simcoe lays out very cleanly for Washington what the consequences of this are. And reading between the lines, he's kind of telling Washington, you aren't the guy we're going to make peace with, and you aren't really in control of your long-term army. You have no chance of winning the war if you're not in total control of prisoner exchange. You're going to decide who you get back. You're going to decide who you're going to let the enemy keep. You're going to decide how many. And you're going to decide who from the enemy are people you can respect and will be up against in honorable warfare, including, says Simcoe more or less, me. You want to be up against me. You don't want to be up against less competent or stupid people who throw away lives unnecessarily. Simcoe makes his point. He gets released in a prisoner exchange. And later on in a battle, Simcoe refuses to let his men fire on a retreating Washington. So actually obeying Simcoe's advice saves Washington's life. And after that, I think Washington didn't need to be convinced that he needed total control of prisoner exchange in order to win the war. And he did end up winning the war. And it's actually a credit to both of these men that they kind of understood that that was absolutely central. You cannot win a war if public opinion or political levels are interfering in military decisions. And the most important military decision may well be prisoner-officer exchange. So when Putin does these things,
tell that to Stalin. He wouldn't even do an exchange for his own son, for Christ's sake.
Absolutely correct. Stalin certainly could not make an exception for his own son. It was critically important that he make the decision not to do that. It is a political level decision, and you just don't get to behave like a human being or to please people's feelings or for anything. You've got to make those decisions ruthlessly and from the top. So I just always shrug when I see these kinds of kvetching about the prisoner exchange issue. It is such a calculated, such a top-level decision that, I'd be astonished if it wasn't sometimes made in ways that really surprised and annoyed and terrified people. It should be. It should be a hard decision made on the most ruthless criteria.
Okay. Now, Vaughn, did any of the guys that you were arguing in the forum chat jump in? Or are they still hiding?
Oh, I don't think anyone jumped in. I'm not saying that the Ukrainians haven't hit artillery, but the idea that they're like wiping out all this Russian artillery and creating some kind of parity is ridiculous. I mean, it's like so much cope. And then the other thing they were saying something about Putin should leave with what's left of his army. It's like, why? Why would you even say that and think that was serious? I mean, I don't think even Dennis would say that. And he's
the same like believing.
Which Dennis? There's a Dennis over there. No, there's a Dennis over there. Like which Dennis?
No, I'm just saying. I mean, who's looking at this? Even if you're on the Ukrainian side, thinking, yeah, we got Russia over the barrel. They're probably getting ready to run. I mean, I'm sure somebody thinks that like on TV, but I'm pretty sure the guys in the trenches and on the command centers don't think that.
And I'll do my closing with this. Toby, and that's excellent that you jumped in, because I'm going to jump to a point that you made. So maybe what we're seeing is this war is being used, and the movements are being used as a pretext to sacrifice NATO, because NATO is a hammer to hit nails with. But right now, what they need is a wrench, not a hammer. They need a wrench. So they're changing the concept of this alliance. They are sacrificing the alliance to build something new here. And what is the new thing that they are trying to build? I'll leave now. That's my closing. Go ahead, guys.
Well, I can speak briefly to that. I don't subscribe to like 4D chess moves and grand plans by super intelligent beings. I've seen a bit of the corporate world, and I have some insight into what motivates wealthy people and oligarchs, and that is money. NATO is all about selling weapons, always has been. When you're making money out of a deal, it's very easy to justify it and to describe it in geopolitical and geostrategic terms. The critical thing is that you make money out of the deal. The critical thing is that your factories that are producing war material get contracts to supply it. If you listen to what the Orange Wonder Trump had to say when he went to Europe, he was talking about the money. He wanted the European countries to spend more on NATO. The people who are making money out of NATO in Ukraine are doing great business. Just look at the way they spend the lives of the Ukrainians. It's actually kind of obscene to pretend that anybody in NATO cares about the Ukrainian people. It's so hard to understand the military tactics because they are throwing their lives away.
We talked about this earlier.
Yeah,
you know,
Waka talked about the fact that Ukraine made a critical mistake by handing over the strategic control of the war to NATO instead of retaining it, because it means that they can be pushed into these positions where they're getting slaughtered, and NATO don't care.
It's like
because NATO only care about the money. That's all they care about. And if something else comes along that allows the same war profiteers to make the same profits or better, they'll get rid of NATO and they'll create something else.
Yeah, I was going to say real quick, it's like welfare. You know, it ain't your money, so you don't care. You'll spend it on whatever. It ain't their bodies. They don't give a shit. That's the basic attitude I get from it is it ain't my money, so I don't care. It ain't my dudes. I don't care. Ain't my planes, ain't my tanks. Send it all. You know, they're all getting paid. What was that story the other day? It's something like they charged them like 30 times the amount for those tanks or something.
Yeah, they has a new price.
Yeah, the brand new price for like 30-year-old tanks.
Toby, when you say NATO is just a thing to make money for the military-industrial complex, yes, you are right, but it's not just the only purpose of it. Look at the blood that was that spill in Libya. Look at the blood in Afghanistan. Are you sure it was just for money and not for some geopolitical thinking or gain? Especially Afghanistan, which is incredibly right in the middle between China, Iran, and Russia, which is not far from it.
Yeah, I actually do. Listen, I may be wrong, but
I
studied war at a military academy. I've studied a lot of wars throughout history. When I look at a war, I'm looking at the money. It is a banker's racket.
It's a big part of it.
When you say that NATO is a cash cow, that's true. I'm totally agreeing with you, but it's not the only purpose of NATO. NATO is a real tool for United States.
See, you have
as
a
public relations of integration around the world.
RL, you have a very high opinion of the people that run NATO. You think that they are capable.
No, I don't have a high opinion of those guys.
You do. You think they're motivated by something more than money.
I don't. Please let me give you my understanding of those guys, of those billionaires, and those private entities who are pulling the strings of the politicians and the system. Yes, they are looking for money, but not only. They also have an ideology. They are also believers.
Yeah.
Most of them are fucking, supremacist.
Well, we can
They are
test this. We can test
Yeah,
this
but
idea.
Toby, let me just
Also
piggyback on what RL said. I believe that's true. Like, not everything is about money. I believe it's almost a religion to these people. If you look at some of the decisions corporate America has made in entertainment and film, for example, look at what they've done. They've clearly chosen an ideology over profit.
Okay,
So
well, let's test this idea. I'll respond to this,
couldn't it
right?
also be? I gotta step out real.
So
Sorry,
here's the thing.
I gotta
NATO was
step out real quick.
originally okay. So
Oh,
NATO
I was
was
just gonna say real
originally in
quick,
terms of
couldn't it be they're
okay.
just protecting business interests or potential business interests too, besides the geopolitical stuff and the
by putting
all right.
Well, you can't separate one
ideology
from
up
the other,
front.
right? They're both.
Well, we can test this idea that NATO is ideologically driven because we can go back to the original purpose of NATO, and it was very much ideological. And the ideology was capitalism versus communism. NATO was set up in opposition to the Soviet Union. So the Vietnam War was fought on this idea of the domino theory. We have to stop communism getting a foothold in Southeast Asia. Which is a pretty odd idea, but anyway, that's how it was sold. So the ideology of NATO, the sacred ideology of capitalism against communism, was the reason for NATO. So then the Soviet Union fell apart, and this ideological reason for being disappeared completely. And a great many people asked the question, what's NATO for, right? But NATO stuck around despite the ideological basis for NATO disappearing completely, right? And then NATO adopted new ideologies. They were going to stop the war on terror, right? And now they have adopted new ideologies. Now they're against the autocracy in Russia, whatever that means, right? So we can test this idea that NATO is based in ideology, and we can have a look at how closely NATO is loyal to its supposed religion. I think the evidence is clear. NATO exists to sell weapons. And there's something I want to ask the Russian guys. Are they aware that Russia has the same political economy as America? And are they aware of the military-industrial complex inside Russia?
If you're believing that NATO is made to sell weapons, they have a big problem because they produce almost nothing. Ukraine is using 14,800 shells every 48 hours. That is what United States can produce in 1 month time. There's a reason why they don't almost have shells anymore to give to Ukraine.
Ukraine doesn't matter. Look at how much European look at how much European spending on defense has increased since the start of the. That's where the money is, right? Look at the budget increases from Germany, from Poland, from everybody in the EU. That's the money. That's what Trump was talking about, and that's what the NATO war profiteers are now getting. Ukraine doesn't matter. That's economic. That's why they're just dumping all their junk in Ukraine. The real game in town is increasing the German spending from 1.5% to 3% because Germany's got a huge economy. The real game in town is Poland devoting record levels of spending to NATO hardware. That's the money, right? That's the advantage.
Had a huge economy. Germany had a huge economy.
It still has.
And if you look at French budget for military, which are also hugely increasing, if you analyze it properly, you will understand that most of that increase of money will be eaten by inflation.
Yeah,
and the same goes for other European countries.
They needed
inflation
to
is eating the money.
In any case, I would like to hear from the Russian guys about what they think about the Russian military-industrial complex, because we never talk about it.
Toby, I was waiting for a super chat for that.
Especially for fuel that is needed for planes, for boats, for tanks.
For everything.
The biggest part of that increase of military budget you see everywhere in European countries will be eaten by inflation.
Well, 2 seconds. Can I ask to the chat, because you're asking a lot of questions on the chat, but nobody is sending a fucking super chat. We need to sponsor DPA. So if you ask about Russia and their army stock, just send it on the super chat so we can answer your question. Otherwise, I don't gonna answer your question. I'm reading on my television
I was
the
actually
whole
asking the
time, the whole
Russian
chat of
guys.
the YouTube. You need to send super chats. Sponsor riots. Sponsor DPA. Sponsor my minions. Go minions.
And also, Toby, to partially answer your question about Russian military-industrial complex, which is very huge, because Russia is the second biggest actor in the arms market behind United States in terms of value, total value, not total amount of equipment by units. You have to understand the main difference is that most of those entities, military enterprise, are partially or mainly or totally owned by the state.
Yeah.
While
I know something about that.
While Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Boeing, and I don't know whatever are not owned by the United States state government as per se. They are 100% private entities which are corrupting the political class. In
But
Russia, you don't have that. You have a company which is mainly or partially owned by the states. That's the main difference.
Actually, schemes of like laundering money in the military sectors, I think in every country are the same. Even if you have state-owned military producing complex, you will still have some people that want to make some money, and we have those problems with money laundering and tanks because, well, in USA they laundering money in much bigger, I think, scale, just because they have more money than we. And for example, what problems do we have in military complex? A lot of new techs are not prepared for producing, or they are actually prepared, but no one is making them because why? If we can just pick some old base from BMP-1, just put on that BMP new turret and just sell it by overprice. Or, for example, with military personnel equipment, we had news about military camouflage form. How is it? Uniform. Yes, uniform. And it was, sorry, almost did it. It was overpriced, very overpriced, and it was sold, as in Ukraine, I think, in the civil market, what is unacceptable in those times. And we have a lot of volunteers that just collect money from the people, like not forcibly, but just like donations. And they actually sent new tech, like Teplovisions, special watch, radio stations. All that come from not military complex, but from volunteers, or from China, for example. Drones, actually, because we had big problem with drones, and not only in the rear, but actually in the front line, because I heard stories that I read stories on that on one military Telegram channel that Russian, that some commanders was too moldy, if you will. They didn't want to accept those new toys, just like this.
Like drones, yeah, they were
Yeah.
stuck in their own
So,
ways. Yeah.
why you need those toy? Throw it away. We will handle the things the old way, and that. Well, it's going away eventually, thanks God. But it was problem, and as I said, in every country, I think every country, everyone's military complex have the same problem, because
there's a problem with what RL is saying, right? And it's a problem of understanding how the money flows. It doesn't matter if a company is half owned by the Russian state or entirely owned by the Russian state, because when it builds things, right, it has to buy the materials from privately owned Russian corporations. And so even if you don't own the company that actually puts its stamp on the tank, if you own the steel mill that provides all the steel, then you're still getting the money, right? And so the state-owned corporation is just a conduit. The fact of the matter is that the political economy of Russia is not Soviet communism. There are oligarchs. In the West, we call them job creators, right? But in Russia, they're bad. They're oligarchs, right? So you still have private entities owning the supply chains that then feed in and get paid by these supposedly state-owned companies. So the money that is being made is still being made. It still comes out of the Russian taxpayers' pockets, just like the Americans, and it goes through the Russian government, just like the Americans put it through the Pentagon, and it goes into the hands of the oligarchs and the freedom and the job creators who own the steel mills, who own the nitrate mills, who actually sell the product to make the weapons. So this is a very false distinction, the idea of it.
Actually, and what about if those same mill companies, steel companies are also partially owned by the Russian state?
Well, then you have a Soviet economy, and I'm telling you, the Russians don't. They actually do have oligarchs. They do have people.
It's not Soviet economy, because in Soviet economy, 100% is owned by the state.
Yeah, and then they borrowed money from Western states.
I mean, just look at Rusal, which is the biggest aluminium producer. Just look at Gazprom. Just look at Naftogaz.
Soviet complex also has.
So when my father served in the Red Army, and he was like a technician. So what he told me is his job during the 4 years or something that he served was, here is a long line of T-72s. They don't even have the turret on them. It's just T-72s, just the base. And your job is to start at this end of the lot and take apart and then put back together every single one. And you have to do that certain number of, you have to do that in order to be able to maintain the vehicle. That's how the Russians have so many, for example, T-72s, where our M60 Pattons are rusted in a forest somewhere. So that's not profitable to do. It's not profitable to take apart a T-72 and put it back together, have technicians that do that, but they still do that. It's not the Soviet times anymore, but they're still doing that.
We have different types of storages. You have in the field, just stay, rust, come on them. And we have also, I think everyone has just store
mothballed
in the building, on the roof of top. And you actually must conduct some special operations with those vehicles, because if you don't maintain them, they will just rust together, and you will come up with rusted parts. Yes.
So it's not profitable to do that, to maintain this large fleet of old vehicles. They're even maintaining T-54s. That's really old vehicles.
Yes.
T-55s. Those are old vehicles, but they're still doing that. They're taking them apart and putting them back together in order for them to be able to for them to be functional.
But it's still cheaper to buy new ones.
Maybe it's cheaper to buy new ones. Maybe it isn't. I don't know.
Not
but I'm telling
exactly.
you that when you need to have the equipment, when you need a war tractor, there's an entire parking lot of them.
Not actually. It's not always cheaper, because if you have, for example, older base like T-55 or BMP-1, you can just make something new from it. It's like Lego.
Modernized,
Modernized. Just you can put new turret, for example, new.
Yeah, so it's cheaper.
Yes, it will be cheaper, but new.
Of course.
And that is
Also,
now the problem. First on the tanks.
That is no the problem you have with the NATO. You have the inflation, and that's why the military budget arises. And that's a good point that RL made. How much was 1 ton of steel a few years ago compared to now? How much was the price of the fuel? How much was prices for every material you buy now in Europe? Talking about Europe because we are feeling it. RL feeling it. Everybody's feeling it that living in Europe or even in the United States, everything costs more and more and more. The price increase is huge. There's a problem that Russia doesn't have. It doesn't have. If they need to build something, they have their own materials. They have their. I don't care if it's owned by state, oligarchs, or private. I don't care. But the price of the material keeps the same. Compared to the NATO countries that need to resupply their stocks, they're going to pay much more for the same object, for the same part, for everything. Also the price for your crew, for your military, for your people and the factories. The inflation made that you need to pay them more also. So everything got more expensive. Yeah, they have more military budget, but it makes no difference in capacity. No difference. And Russia has a very big advantage, and I was waiting for but I need to say it. They, like you say also very good, Dennis, they have their stocks of weaponry. They build up their stocks for all these years, for more than 50 years long. They build stocks of tanks, of barrels, of ammunition. They have the biggest stock in the world of ammunition. Nobody really knows how many they have. They have the biggest stock of ammunition of the whole world. And they have also the best thing that they kept doing that the NATO didn't do anymore is a lot of factories in Russia are designed for if there are war, they can change instead to make washing machines. I just give an example. Instead of making washing machines, they can make new barrels for guns or something like that, or new engine parts or something like that. Doesn't care. That is very important. After the Cold War, the NATO countries stopped doing that. I know train factories here in Bruges that did that, but they stopped after the Cold War.
But
The Russia didn't stop that. So they can change the whole military facet directly to continue producing very fast. They don't know if you have a good equipment, you don't need to change it. So you don't need to build new technology also. You can, like Dennis also say, you can modernize them. And that's much easier to do because these old T-55s were maybe old, but they are strongly made.
They still have a gun.
It's better to have 5 old tanks than 1 modern tanks fighting 1 tank because you can also win with 5 old tanks.
What's the point here? Like, what point are you making? Are you making that, like, in the final showdown, NATO's going to lose and Russia's going to win? Because
of course they're going to lose. Of course. United States are going to send cluster bombs. Why are they sending cluster bombs? Because they doesn't have any stock anymore.
There is a problem. There is a problem, guys.
Russia is not going to win.
Stop. There is a problem.
The shareholders are going to win, and the soldiers on the front line are going to lose.
You ask the open mic to shut up and to let you speak. I ask to let me speak.
Guys, easy. Calm down.
Oh, have a cry. Come on.
Okay,
no, wait.
Well, yeah, stop.
The NATO.
To add one thing about the difference between United States and Russia about the military-industrial complex. Russia is like China. It's a country where the political sphere has the last word. Of course, you have oligarchs in China, you have oligarchs in Russia who make plenty of money thanks to the war. Of course, but they don't have the last word.
Who does?
United States. It's not the political class which is in the top of everything. It's the power of money and the people behind it who are pulling the strings of the politics.
Yeah, have you guys seen the speech
Yeah.
with
Wait, Bradley,
Jake
don't
Sullivan?
change the conversation.
No,
Right
I'm
now,
not
it's so
changing the
crucial.
conversation. I'm not changing the
It's a
conversation.
so crucial point to make to
I'm
understand
not.
the difference between the economy and the politic and the financial,
Right.
especially in the sphere of military,
Right.
between Russia and United States.
So this is
In
what I'm saying.
United States is full-fledged corruption, while in Russia it's corruption, but the political sphere, Putin,
If you guys
has
heard
the last word.
if you guys heard
And
Jake
that
Sullivan,
makes all the difference.
if you heard Jake
Because Russian government, I'm almost finished. Russian government can set up the price if they want.
Bradley.
Something the United States can't.
Firstly, about the Soviet
If
military.
Raytheon say it cost X 100,000 of US dollars or X millions, it will be X millions or X 100,000 of dollars. Point of the line.
Yeah, it's like for the plane factories in Russia and tank factories, is the government or the highest people that are going to decide, and at the manufacturers of the plane or the design bureaus, because you're calling that design bureaus, where are you going to make your plane? How many factories do you going to get? They're going to decide that, not the producer themselves. So everything is controlled by the military, by the states.
Yeah, so
That is-
if you heard Jake Sullivan's speech, he was recently, about last week, maybe a week and a half ago now. This is exactly the point that he was making. He was saying that the promise of neoliberalism, it's worked out really great, and I love markets and all this other stuff, right? He has to preface it with that, and he says, but we've let our military forces atrophy. We've let, he said, entire supply chains atrophy to the point where in order for them to build certain weapon systems, you have to be able to get parts and technology from all over the world. And that's a problem because that basically puts the United States into a position where they're somewhat reliant, right, on places like Turkey, because they're making some certain electronics for them. So even our higher ups are starting to realize this has been a bad idea. This complete financialization of everything, including our defense industry, is biting us in the butt right now.
Leo must speak.
So,
I think Leo.
What are they going to do to solve it?
Leo was waiting
Like-
for a long time.
Can
Wait.
I point?
Go ahead, Leo.
Okay, sorry.
Spit it out, Leo.
From the point what we're starting off, like that state owned and not state owned. This is the main thing why Russia produces like more tanks than US, because it's state owned, and this is what Russian system had kept from the Soviet Union. It's the military objects aren't controlled by any privates. It's all state owned, and they don't have any contracts. So if the government says, so look, we have a plan, we need to realize it, you have such time, they do it because they're state owned. And by US it's different, because half of the company is owned by privates, some half is also state owned, and they cannot say to private company like, you have to produce us that. So they will just send them away, and they would say, no, we have this contract, then we will do your contract, okay? We're not your...
Yeah. Is that,
We're not
and
owned by
the biggest difference...
But the worst thing for Russia with all those old tanks, from T-55 or all this tank equipment, it was where none needed to anyone for 30 years. So basically Russia mostly have to
maintain,
to rebuild tank, kind of, mostly. like 80% of it are just broken and old stuff. Plus, the tanks had been kept were not like T-72. It had been outposted by T-80, so it was there for some 40 years. And I'm not talking about some T-60s and T-54. All of those old tanks were kept in reserves like more than 50 years, and you just basically have to rebuild engine. You have to rebuild all things for old T-55 and T-42, and this is the worst thing for Russia. But thing is, because military factories, they had been kept and they had been state owned, they can just replace, they have contract, I mean not contract, yeah, they have contract with government, and they just do it and basically rebuild all of those old tanks. And this is why I heard last year there was basically building tanks by military factories, like around few thousands of all those reserves. They had been rebuilt, and but whereas this was a most bad point, that basically those old tanks from reserves, you actually have to rebuild them. It's better to buy one as
Yeah, it's better than be dumped in the sea.
But there is also one point what Russians government don't really take, that they're producing now also T-72s and T-80s still, and this is kind of problematic since Russia is not Soviet Union anymore. You just don't have so much capabilities of
even in Soviet Union it was a problem, because T-72
no, but in Soviet Union it wasn't a problem because there was more.
T-72 and the T-80 was different bases, because you need the different parts and different maintenance.
Yeah. But Union collapsed.
We have a Soviet print still, because Soviet Union didn't decide which tank is better, and we have like two now, actually three, four. Because
My understanding is that
T90 is a T72.
Russia's building 200 T90Ms a year now. I don't know if that's projected this year. And they're refurbishing about 600 tanks of assorted types. I mean,
but
they're obviously not going to have a problem putting main battle tanks on the battlefield for whatever purpose they need them for, whether it's offenses, holding positions, mobile artillery, just to give the militia some firepower. They're not going to have a problem. I mean,
they don't suffer a problem a lot.
They said Putin said last week they've been modernizing their MIC for the last 10 years. So, I mean, the chances are a lot of this stuff is already worked out. The parts they need to refurbish stuff are either being pulled from depots or being made. Whatever they got to retool has been retooled or is in the process of being retooled. I mean,
what I don't understand is if I'm selling the steel, from my private, if I'm a steel oligarch, or if I'm like an aluminium oligarch, right? If I'm selling the raw materials to these state-owned companies, which are not entirely state-owned, but let's pretend they are, do I care? I'm still making the money, right? I'm still getting the
Toby, you don't care to be thrown out of a window. You don't care to be thrown out of a window. That's what happened in Russia.
Let me put it this way.
Imagine that America... Let me put it this way. You are an oligarch. You want to make money. You want to end up being thrown through a window by accident. Yeah, really?
There was a lot of it last year.
Okay, so a good example is I just want to put forward a thought experiment. Imagine that the U.S. government creates a state-owned company, right?
It's not the U.S., it's Russia. Come on.
RL, please. And that state-owned company now buys drones from Raytheon in parts, right? And they pay some folks to assemble them, right? Does that mean that the US doesn't have an MIC anymore?
Not that it doesn't have an MIC, but one good example is Kalashnikov Concern, for example. That's a privately owned company, but you know what Kalashnikov Concern is going to do? They're going to respond to the Russian Ministry of Defense's instructions. You know, when the Russian Ministry of Defense says these are the changes that we need in the AK-12, for example, the Kalashnikov Concern almost doesn't get a vote. They're like, okay, they're going to implement the changes that the Ministry of Defense tells them that they have to do.
Like
even
the
though it's a
Pentagon
private,
tells Raytheon what they want in their drone, right?
to a certain extent, but the difference is that at the end of the day, when Raytheon's Patriot missile battery failed in Iraq, they didn't really actually fix it in any meaningful way. It was not profitable for them to do so. But when the Russian Ministry of Defense comes and says, this is what we're going to do with the new AK-12. Look at these new awesome features that you guys have created. They're going away. Ixnade. We don't need them. We don't need this. We don't need that. I know you're super proud of this new muzzle attachment. Get rid of that. We're changing this up. And this is not a decision made by the guy who owns Kalashnikov Concern. This is a decision made by Simeon.
That decision
Why
is
does
made
he care as long as he's making his margin?
The weaponsmiths. I mean, that's not the Ministry of Defense is going to have their own experts that would make those modifications. That's not just something like, hey, I don't like this. You got to take it on.
Right.
I mean, design and improvements is all done. You know, they're all working together. They just may not like the final product because, you know, like you said, it's their baby. But the ministry is going to say what they want.
A lot of people want to believe that Russia is the good guy, right? But let me tell you, the billionaires who own the corporations that make money from the Russian military spend, they are the guys who support the United Russia Party. Exactly the same as America. Listen, Putin and Medvedev modeled the Russian Constitution on the American Constitution, right? That was what happened when the Soviet Union fell. The United Russia Party gets its funding from corporations, privately owned corporations. And the owners, the oligarchs and the shareholders of those corporations, they don't care who puts their name on the final product. As long as they're making money from the military spend, you have an MIC. The rest of this is just, it's irrelevant. But people want to believe. They want to believe the Russians are the good
there
guys.
were a lot of friendly politics.
War is a business. It is a racket.
Toby, you can say that to Khodorkovsky. Go tell him your story about that to Khodorkovsky. Or Berezovsky, but now he's dead. You can't talk to him anymore.
So what does that prove?
It proves that the oligarchs are beholden to Putin.
Since Putin came to power,
well, they're
he has the leading edge.
That got their stuff.
He has the leading edge over the oligarchs. And if someone is not following him, his order or his objectives, it's kind of the oligarch is signing a suicidal act. He doesn't made himself.
Yeah, the guy who owns Kalashnikov Concern doesn't say to the Russian Ministry of Defense, actually, you guys don't understand that we have all these awesome bells and whistles that are very forward thinking, and this is what we're going to do. No, they do what the Ministry of Defense says.
No, there will be a special commission because, for example, there was a situation where we made it K-52, which very advanced helicopter, and there was a concourse like Mi-28 or K-52. Sometimes commission, exactly that military commission from Military of Defense, they take wrong choice. For example, you don't protect it from that because they picked at the end Mi-28, and we have now two attack helicopters, K-52 and Mi-28. So
yeah, because it's not a good example. I can give you another example.
Are they building a lot of those, or is that going to be a specialized aircraft in limited numbers?
Which one?
The Mi-28. I mean, I know the 52 is going to be probably around a lot more because I think it's got more, you know.
These are two different type of helicopters.
The Mi-28 seems to be more geared towards anti-tank night operations to me.
These are night operations.
Helicopters also.
They modernize it.
Like I guess what I'm saying is the 52 is probably better for like deep strike missions. whereas the
These are
Mi-28 is probably
reconnaissance.
more like the
I
Apache
think
and
they
the traditional
better.
role.
I think they're better at everything because we have electronic
No.
warfare system. We have
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. They've
science,
got
missiles,
they've
two
got better
blades,
range. They've got EW
blades.
pods.
He's
So I'm thinking
more
they-
agile. He's more maneuverable, and K-52 have ejected seats, for example. And
Yeah, there's
it's
more than feature.
Well, then doesn't it have a heavier payload it can carry
The
too?
K-52 is more reconnaissance attacking
Striker,
helicopter striker, yeah. And the 28 is normally designed and purposed to do night attacks. The
Like the,
using,
I mean, is
Ukraine uses also in
basically the
daylight.
Mi-28 is their Apache.
Kind of, because but
And
to,
then
to,
the-
to
and the
understand
No,
the
that's the
main
K-52.
difference between the two, because K-52 can also make night hunting, like
Oh, that's what I'm saying. It can do the same thing. I just figure
the main
maybe it carries
difference
more
is the
ordnance.
maintenance cost. The maintenance cost of a Camo 50 higher because of the double
but they're more
rotary
advanced.
thingy.
Yeah,
It needs more maintenance. That's the
yes,
main difference.
disadvantage.
Big difference.
But the
there are also
Mi-28 is more
smaller
legacy
difference, but
platform.
they
Just a
can
more
do
legacy
both
platform.
the same job. I mean, Mi-28 can also make reconnaissance.
It's they
I was
all
just
can
thinking
do
maybe
reconnaissance.
the 52 just had bigger payload, maybe better range. So it was, it's got the electronic warfare capability too. So maybe
It's
they would
bigger.
use that to escort like air assaults in and
K
52. Stuff like
K-52 is much more modern. It's the 24 is an attack helicopter that can do also troop transport. The 28 is normally an attack helicopter that has also the night specialty,
about-
the night attack specialty, and the 52 is reconnaissance attack helicopter, anti-tank, the most modern one. The other ones are.
What about the Mi-35? Is that going to be widely produced, or is that more like an upgrade of the 24?
It's
Or is that a
upgrade of
whole
the-
new
yeah, it's upgrade of the
It's,
24.
It's a modernization of the
It's the
Hind.
35.
No,
It's the
no.
35.
It's the export version of Mi-24. It's basically
Yes,
for
I think
African
Yeah,
countries.
Yeah, but
That's
yeah, but
before
they're
export.
using.
I couldn't hear what anybody said. So is it a new bird or is it a refit?
No, it's export
Re-
model. It's basically for African countries. It's not.
So it's just an export. So the
Yeah,
Russians will have their Mi-24s upgraded to whatever they want, and they're still the
Well,
Mi-24.
not really.
and-
because K-52
No,
had.
Yeah, but I mean, you're not going to get those out of service. They're still good. They're workhorse.
Yeah,
They're
and the
beast.
bottom line is when you have a legacy platform, that has implications for maintenance, has implications for like supply, right? There's a lot of stuff when you're having a completely new system. Like how many T90 parts are the same as the T72 parts? A lot, right? They share a lot of the same parts. Versus like the T80, then it's like a little bit more difficult with the T80 because you have to have, it uses too much of different stuff. It uses a different engine and all this other stuff. So it's kind of the same thing with the Mi-24, Mi-28s. Those are just more legacy platforms, and you're not going to get rid of them. But even if you want to move in the general direction of the Ka-52, you're not going to just scrap thousands of helicopter, or hundreds of helicopters over that. You could modernize them and have both at the same time, and that's kind of what they're doing. Same thing with the tanks, right?
That's smart too. Like you look at their HIP program and all that. I mean, those helicopters have been around forever. They've been modernized and they've got new builds, obviously. But I mean, we've had the Huey. The only legacy platform we probably still have long term is the Chinook, and then the B-52, and that's probably about it as far as aircraft go. Everything else is.
Well, I'd say F-16 is legacy now.
Yeah. But because it's got the Viper upgrade, so it's probably good for at least another 10 years, maybe. Over like Africa or like some small island, not like a tier 1 adversary. But no, I mean, they just have a lot more. Well, I mean, it's just like all the old tanks. I mean, even if they don't use them for tanks, they just put some new system on top, like the Terminator or whatever. So.
Yeah, and it's a shame that Toby left because that's kind of what the point that I wanted to make to him is that not some of these things aren't going to be profitable. It's not profitable to train a technician and tell him, okay, for 4 years you're going to go through this parking lot and take apart these T-72 frames and then put them back together and decide what parts need to be replaced. But it's easy. It's cheaper to do that, and then at the end of the day have thousands of T-72s than what we did with the M60 Pattons. Right now, it's like, what are we going to do? Replace those M60 Pattons with A1 Abrams? That's way more expensive, and we're not going to send our number one like A1 Abrams with questionable armor that nobody knows exactly what it is, and then we have to make specific models that we're going to be sending to Ukraine. That's all rolled homogeneous steel and all that stuff.
I don't know if it's legit, but today there was news that Americans trade. They are training Ukrainians for using Abrams.
Yeah, I saw that too.
1A1. I don't really. I did not heard news of Landys,
They're
but
training it,
if
I
they are
think, in
training
Germany at, like,
crews for
Say that again, Juan.
Oh, they're I think they're training at like Hohenfeld or Grafenwehr, which are the two big.
for Abrams.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're training. I believe they're training them in Germany at Hohenfeld or Grafenwehr. That's where
they're training.
Huh?
But yeah, we're training them in Germany. But thing is, there was no. Maybe I just didn't heard, but there was no any officials. What was
I think they're training them, but and they did promise them, but I don't really think they're ever going to get there because the whole idea we got to build special export versions. It's like you got Egyptian exports, you got Iraqi exports, you got Saudi exports, you got Kuwaiti exports, you got Egyptian. I don't know if I said Egyptian, but there's 4 or 5 countries right there that have export models in operation of the M1A1. That if you're so hell-bent on sending them, then why wouldn't you just go get them out of their inventory and trade them some F-16s or whatever the going rate is for the one? I'm just saying, I mean, that's bullshit. You got to take them back to Lima, Ohio and strip them down and rebuild them when you've got 5 countries that have export variants that you could take right now. Oh, yeah, Iraq, too. So,
That's what they say. I don't know.
It's been over a year and they're still sitting in Iraq and wherever. Perfectly acceptable export tank to send to Ukraine if you want to, but you don't see them doing it, do you? And I'm sure they could convince those countries to sell them or trade them for something.
So Vaughn, are you suggesting that they don't want to send Abrams to the Ukrainians? Is that kind of your implication here?
No, they don't want to send. They have no intention of sending them to them. I mean, if they did, why wouldn't they just go take the ones from the 5 countries? I mean, Iraq's over a barrel. They'll do what we tell them.
Because I think the shareholder of the company want to
only ones that
earn
would
more
be
money.
questionable would be the Egyptians because they're not going to want to piss off the Russians. And they have about, I think, 1,000 to 1,200 M1s. But I'm just saying there are hundreds of M1s available right now that are export models that they could send if they wanted to. And they don't send them. I mean, it takes a couple months maybe to get it all together and put it on a train and take it to a port and put it on a ship. But fuck, it's been a year and a half. And those tanks have been longer than that. I mean, I think it's about money. Motherfucking M1 through Syria after they took it from ISIS, but Ukraine can't fucking get one. Okay.
Maybe they don't want to see the A1 Abrams get leoparded. What happened?
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad they haven't gone. I'm embarrassed for the Leopard tank and the Bradley get used like the way you're not meant to use and get fucking embarrassed like that. This great tank is fucking treated like a piece of shit because they don't fight it right. I don't want anyone to go in there and drive down the road full of mines and then get blown up and then Russian guys why they dance on the top. Fuck that. And that's what'll happen because these guys don't use them right, just like Dan said. And then when they do use them, it's like, oh, here, let's drive 3 tanks, 10 Bradleys down through this minefield with like an M ramp in front with a mine roller that can't take one hit.
Yeah.
Oh, look, we all got stuck and then the helicopters ambushed us. Oh, look, we go rescue our buddies. Oh, look, the artillery got us. I mean,
what are we gonna say?
I don't want to go in that shit. That's bullshit. I mean, it's a joke what they set those things into. I mean, you're going to train a motherfucker a NATO doctrine, give him NATO equipment, but then you don't fight like NATO. Supposedly.
Yeah, I need to still have their challenger also to come to the.
What were we going to say, Nanya?
Oh, let Vaughn finish. He's on a roll. No, I agree with Vaughn. I don't think the intent was ever to send Abrams. I think that was all PR. I think they know that they'd be in a real world of hurt if they did bring the Abrams in for a number of logistical issues. I think you're going to see the same thing happen with the F-16s. I don't think you'll ever see America export F-16s over to Ukraine. I do think you'll see some F-16s float in from various European countries at some point. They'll all get shot down, and then the narrative will be, well, they're not the real F-16s. They're the export F-16s. They were trained by Europeans.
Don't be mistaken by F-16s. Like countries like Belgium has the most modern F-16s. We are one of the countries that have the most modern F-16s.
Are you going to send those
because we had a very big? We have a very big. No, during the development of the F-16,
but Lambo, Nunia was just saying the narrative that the United States will make.
Yeah.
But if the United States, Nunia, is doing that narrative, it will be very awful. That means if you buy something from United States, it will be an export version, meaning it will be a piece of junk.
Yeah,
exactly.
When I went to the Lima tank plant and they were telling us how the Egyptians they build their tanks over there. They have a license to build the M1. I think we build parts of it, then they assemble it over there. But never mind. I forgot. I lost my train of thought. Sorry.
I think my point on that one, though, I think that things have gotten so bad at this point for the U.S. establishment that even if that narrative out there was that the export models aren't as good as the American models, I think that they want to actually use that narrative. And the reason being, nobody's afraid of America anymore. Like, you're looking around the world. I was just reading India and UAE signed a deal to trade in their own local currencies. These things are happening weekly. You never would have seen this a few years ago. Never. Because anytime any country starts talking about trading in their own currency, the U.S. would come in and bully them out or kill them or whatever. Now you're seeing all these countries do it. And the reason is they're not afraid anymore. They are not afraid anymore. So the U.S., I think you're going to see them start to get really desperate. They're just going to start to grasp on for anything they can to hold on to that power. So whatever narrative, yes, I agree. The narratives won't make sense. Yeah. But it doesn't mean the narratives won't happen.
It makes more sense. They could always say that they're still selling the F-35 and the F-16 is the old fourth generation plane. But the A-1 Abrams, that's what we're using. That's our modern tank. So it's kind of. But I mean, at the same time, they're training the Ukrainians both on F-16s and on A-1 Abrams, right? At least that's what the news would have us believe.
Two things. One, we have a super chat question.
Can I ask you this one?
A10 as a game changer, and after that, secondly, Robert Verlinden, if you can introduce yourself.
It's not the first time he's coming here. It's you that not coming too much anymore on the open mic RL.
Yeah.
The super chat is about the A10 game changer. First of all, never going to happen. Don't exist even an export version of it, and they're never going to give them. It's not a game changer because it's going to be shut down. Like Sukhoi 25 had the same problem for the Ukrainians, getting shut down. Much more difficult because you're flying tanks, but the Russians have now the advantage that Ukrainian air defense is like, what there's left of it, not a lot anymore. So they can play. Slow. Yeah, they can play, and the A10 is very maneuverable. It's very strong. It's a big killer, and it's also a plane that's using some Second World War tactics. It's a dive plane. An A10 going to dive after his targets. We use his very beautiful Go 8 cannon or Go 10 cannon. Awesome plane, but they're never going to send it because they're never going to do it. And it's not the type of plane that you can use for the moment in Ukraine. You could use it in Afghanistan, you could use it in Iran, you could use it in Iraq, Why? Because there wasn't no air defense, and they were very good air support for the ground troops. But and Ukraine is impossible to use this type of planes. They need to fly much higher than the Sukhoi 25 also, just to be able to use the guns. Using the missiles is different tactic, but the A-10 is not built to only use the missiles. They just be used to use the gun.
Autocannon.
Yeah,
can-
I mean, when you use the A-10, like in, let's say, a European NATO war back when it was, more new, those things would have been hitting Russian columns in squadrons. Those squadrons would have been getting the shit shot out of them. Some of them would make it. Some of them would hit the target. Some of them would turn around damaged. Some of them would get shot down. I mean, they would probably be sending 50 or 60 A-10s from a squadron. What's Ukraine going to get? 5, 10? I mean, again, it's a paltry number of aircraft that won't do anything. Right. And the biggest problem is going to be the air defense. Even if we gave them 100, the air defense is still going to be a problem. I mean, that's the thing. People are like, oh, yeah, the Apache. It's like, yeah, we're going to send out Apaches and lose Apaches. They planned on losing that shit. That's why we tried to build really good shit so we could kill 5 tanks or 10 tanks, then die. This war shows that there is no
main
substitute
difference
for artillery. There's no substitute for artillery. Drones are not a substitute for artillery. Airplanes are not a substitute for artillery. Bradley infantry fighting vehicles are not a substitute for artillery. And no infantry tactics are ever going to be a substitute for artillery. That's what
the main difference between A-10 and Sukhoi 25 is that Sukhoi 25 is able to go slightly above Mach 1, while A-10 is purely subsonic.
Yeah.
It can't reach Mach 1.
Yeah,
so
but
it will be a kind of easy target because its shape is all but stealthy.
Yeah, and it needs to fly in more higher altitude compared to a Sukhoi 25. That's the biggest, for me, is the biggest. The speed, not really, but it's more the altitude tactics that makes different. But we're never going to see that. It's actually not also. But it's still a beautiful, good bird, and the idea of it is just fabulous to build a plane around the gun. So that's it's a very cool one. But actually, maybe in the beginning of the war, if Ukraine had A-10s, I've been sure that the U.S. A-10 pilots were salivating when you have all these big columns of tanks and trucks waiting at the front line to enter Ukraine. I've been sure that the A-10 pilots was just salivating to go. I need to go there to shoot them down, because there were the big columns that they had. But otherwise, for me, A-10 is not a good weapon for the moment. Apache maybe yes. Apache maybe yes. I mean, I hope they're never going to. I'm going to kill Biden. I'm going to I'm going to go to him. No, they're never going to get it also. And there's also a helicopter that needs some big maintenance also. If you're just seeing how many time it's going to take for just to have the F-16 is going to be nuts. And the F-16.
Wait, Mr. Lambo, you need to go back. You need to say that was a joke. Because if not, then later you get problem.
Yeah.
You just said you
joke about.
Yeah, you don't want to kill Biden.
That's obviously a joke.
It's a joke.
It's a humor.
You must understand YouTube is
condone violence at
company.
DPA. We do not condone
it was a joke. I am a minion. I am stupid.
Everyone,
sorry.
Keep your eye out on the Belgian news tonight.
They're gonna come for him.
Yeah, I know, but no, the decision about Biden, the decisions he made in the last weeks are just.
They definitely pissed off a lot of people. Yeah.
Yeah, he also pissing off the NATO. If I'm talking just about the cluster munitions, but yeah, he said I don't have anything left to send them, so there's the only option to do that. And Russia says, okay, try, we do it also.
Can't believe they said that out loud. That's crazy.
Well, I don't think
he is Biden, bro. He is 80.
No, he couldn't believe he said it out loud. I think that was.
Yeah, but he already forgot it, so
just a joke. It's just a joke.
All a joke.
He wouldn't be able to believe it.
He was using hyperbole. It was an expression.
Yeah,
He's not
that,
the
that
only
was
one to say
months
it, though.
ago. That was 6-7 months. You know.
He's not the
Oh
only
my
one to
God.
said it. There have been senators on I think on Fox that I watched the interview where they said the same thing, where they're like, well, we're using it to bridge the gap so that we can make enough weapons in the meantime, enough something in the meantime in order to. So this, they said, use those words, to bridge the gap. That means there's a
Yeah,
gap.
it's like what I'm saying earlier. United States sending munitions is like what Ukraine are using every 48 hours. United States need to have 1 month time to produce the same thing. It's crazy. These numbers are crazy. 14,800 shells are being used by Ukraine every 40 years, every 48 hours, and United States needs 1 month of time to produce them. It's crazy.
That's the
It's
thing. Like
unbelievable.
the
It's
Western
mental.
military industrial complex is like not meant for a war like Ukraine, because you can see that the Russian military industrial complex, it's meant for war like Ukraine, like a war of attrition. It produces huge quantities of ammo, even if they're less precise. They are much cheaper and much easier to produce,
Oh,
but
but in artillery you need to have good experience, and the Russians are the best for the moment in
yeah, that's so
artillery
true.
aiming. The thing is, that I already earlier said, the stockpile of ammunition that Russia has is crazy, and also the war didn't start in 2022. You need also to consider that it started in 2014. Both sides had the time to expand their weaponry. Ukraine did it. Russia did it also. They prepared. They had 8 years of time to prepare themselves. And a big country
Yeah.
like Russia had more time to do it, and the NATO didn't do it. The NATO didn't expand their stocks. They kept the stocks like we see it now. No, not now because they are empty.
You
The
get to
stocks
my
are empty.
point. Like,
Wow.
the Western military and industrial complex is not meant for war like Ukraine, because they produce stuff, yes, but they produce in very small amounts. Like they produce a lot of what very
Precision.
precise weapons, more fancy weapons and stuff. But they are not useful for a war like Ukraine, like a war of attrition. They're
Like RL
just
said, if you want the best, you buy
yeah,
American. If you want to win the war, you buy Russian.
they're just like no, like if you want to fight a war with goat herders with AK-47s, it's really good, okay. But if you want to fight a real war, like a war of attrition, a tough war, you need a lot of ammunition, even if they're less precise. You need that quantity. The quantity is the most important thing in a war of attrition, and the Russian military industrial complex is meant for that. But the Western military and industrial complex is literally the opposite. They're not meant for this.
Profit-making endeavor.
About
They need
Western,
years to make. They need years to make. They need years to make things
To
that Russia
train the
needs.
welders, we
Weeks or
need years to
months.
train the welders. Even it's like
Yeah.
that. Everybody
No,
wanted to be a manager in the
But
90s.
after the Cold War ended, the Western military industrial complex is it's just a shit show now. It's just about money, corruption,
No, but
and all that.
one of the biggest problems, if I can compare Russia to United States, and I always said it, I know I getting my points in my mind because I don't talk to these people anymore on reactions of Facebook or something like that. Is that United States about their military, they are more busy making the best of the best. So they are designing whole new platforms, all new ships, all new planes, all new tanks, and they're spending a lot of money on that to make something new. And the last years, like in the ships industry, it's just not working. They're planning like to build the Zumwalt class. They're planning to build 32, and they ended by building just 3 because it was so expensive. The budget was so expensive. The last carrier they brought out cost
Not
12
3, 2.
billion, $12 billion instead of 4. That's
Wow.
crazy amount of money. And what is Russia doing, and always did, they have a good platform. They kept the platform and modernized it. Just look at the plane. They had the Sukhoi 27, and they're upgraded now until the Sukhoi 35. It's still the same plane platform, but it's working. So why put something away if it's working? The last development we saw and we're seeing now is the Tupolev once they see the beautiful white swan, they are modernizing it to give it a second life, a new life, building new planes also, but the same old platform, not really so old, but the same platform. Why? Because that platform works. The United States say, oh, F-16 is getting old. Let's doing something completely different. Let's design an F-35. So they did a competition with two manufacturers, Boeing and Lockheed one, and they built an F-35. Too modern, too expensive, too thing. But if you are in a war, you don't need to have a very complex platform. You need to have something that works and easy to make also. And the Russians are, and a lot of these things, a very big advantage. And they kept also the old technology, so they can rebuild old weaponry again, like they're doing now.
There actually, I think, a problem with. I will be fast. I think there is a problem with Western military complex because they over-engineering some of the stuff.
Yeah.
I think because, for example, there was a German artillery like Panzer 2000 something, and there was a news that this high
technology.
high technology, and that it was so
complex
like
to maintain.
Not just complex. It was like put in the media like it's very precise. It's like, wow, it can shot like burst mode and so on. And at the end, it just doesn't have endurance to shot so many round shells that usually shots Russian artillery. Even if Russian artillery is less precise, what you get at the end? Just broken, smoked gun of the Panzer 200, 2000.
What were you gonna say, Nanya?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, for example, we have a good example. Like, there's a story about how like America's most advanced fighter jet, the F-35. Like, I think it was 2 years ago. Like, an F-35 was like flying in the Baltic Sea, and suddenly Sukhoi 30 came, and it started using its electronic warfare system, and that electronic warfare system was constantly causing problems in the electronics of the F-35. It couldn't stand the power of the electronic warfare system the Sukhoi 30 had. Basically, the pilot said this in an interview. Like, the Sukhoi 30 came and just disappeared. He was having a really hard time keeping the track of the Sukhoi 30, the Russian one, that it was escorting like an AN-12 transfer plane, and the F-35 like couldn't properly track it. So that's what my main point is. That's what Dennis also raised a good point about this. Like, yes, this F-35, it's very fancy weapons. Western weapons are really good, very fancy. They're like precision, very precise to what 1 meter. But can they? But is it good for a war, like a real war where the situation is
how many
very
thousands
different
of
from
rounds can you shoot through that thing at maximum power?
Yeah. So can it endure all that
Can it
shit
endure
that happened?
Can it endure the reality, the tough reality of a war? For example, I gave the example. You guys can read the story. It's there. Like, it happened in 2021, if I'm not mistaken. It's in the Baltic Sea. So that gives a really good example on the state of Western weapons. Like, they look very fancy. They're very good for fighting against both murders and AK-47s. But in a real war situation, it's a completely different situation.
Well, it's a bit of an open secret that the United States is a little bit, or was a little bit, behind electronic warfare. I'm sure that issue is being addressed, but what were you going to say, Nanya?
Well, I think it's a good segue, actually, to follow up on a comment that you made, which I think is an important comment, and we should probably discuss it. You said something that triggered me. You said something along the lines of, we don't have enough welders. You are 100% correct. And what you said about them back in the 90s was 100% correct. I lived through it. And when I was a kid, when I was coming up through high school, like in the, late 80s, early 90s kind of thing, that's what we were told. Cold War's over. You're all knowledge workers now. That's what we were told. No need to go to trade school. No need to, have shop classes. We're all going to be knowledge workers. You're all going to go to university. You're all going to be the managers for the people who are off manufacturing things. It's going to be wonderful. This is the fairy tale that we were told. Now, 30 years later, you can't find a tradesperson. Go try to find an electrician. Go try to find a welder. You're not going to find
plumber.
it.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Anything. Tool and die makers. These things they take very specialized skills to build and develop. And the West just doesn't have them anymore, guys. We have no clue what the American military has been doing the last 30 years because there's been no accountability. At least with the Soviet Union, there was always a sort of check and balance that, we were more familiar with the types of stock levels and things that we have. We have no idea what they've been building the last 30 years or not building.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's crazy that everybody was going to be a programmer. I remember my mom even telling me. My mom's like, "No, we're not worried about blue-collar jobs anymore. You're going to be sitting in an air-conditioned office and you're going to be typing on a keyboard." Guess what? That's what my job was. I was sitting in an air-conditioned office and typing on a keyboard. Right now, my roommate is going to school to become a welder. Everybody wants to hire him, right? It's going to be, you know what? Even if he doesn't want to go weld, I don't know, Tomahawk missiles, somebody else will go weld the Tomahawk missiles and open up job spaces for him. So, and it's crazy that we shat on those people. We were like, we made fun of them for being blue collar workers. Like, you're not smart enough to be in an office typing on a keyboard.
Yes.
I want to add something to what Bella said. It's about the electronic warfare system of electronic warfare power, capabilities of the Russians. Like earlier in the war, we saw HIMARS, which kind of effective, but nowadays you don't see it because CNN a few months ago released an article which stated that HIMARS usually, yes, they sometimes don't get intercepted, but they usually miss their targets because the Russians are really good at electronic warfare systems. Like the HIMARS or whatever Storm Shadow, they use a GPS, and a GPS gets really
it's prone to jamming.
Yes, it's really prone to jamming to Russian electronic warfare system, and Russians are really good at electronic warfare. So
Iranians are too.
Yeah. So the US is behind. Yes, behind the Russians, but their weapons are really prone to Russian electronic warfare system. So that's what they need to work on the most, because
that's what we saw with the Patriot.
Yeah, even though Western weapons are really fancy and stuff, they can be shut down by a Russian electronic warfare system that costs a few $1 million. That's the point.
Yeah, I mean, in the bottom line is that there's just no. The electronic warfare, the drones, all of these elements are very important. We can see how war has kind of changed and evolved since the last time we saw a war on this scale. But we can also see that the war hasn't changed and evolved in a lot of other ways. It's still very important to have a quantity, like you were saying. Quantity is a quality of its own, right? Everybody knows that's Lenin's quote, often misappropriated to Stalin. But it's true. You need the quantity of T-72s, even if they're old, right? It doesn't matter. Modernize them, don't modernize them. A tank is better than no tank. You need quantity. Like one of the things that I was reading in the Russian media maybe a year ago, when the war was already in its full swing, they were upset that they hadn't continued to maintain their Su-25s because somebody made the decision, we have not Su-25s, what am I saying? MiG-25s. They're like, we got the MiG-31. It's like a modernized MiG-25. And they're like, it's really, really sad that we don't have those anymore, because you know what? Those would have been great to launch hypersonic missiles from. So you don't even know what you're going to need in the future. Just having the stuff, having the actual sheer quantity of stuff, that's going to open up opportunities that you don't know that you have,
Yeah, that's a big thing that Russia,
That's why you don't see T-14s a lot. Like basically, like a few
because
years ago when
they don't need to
did
use
not
them.
see them in combat.
yeah, because a few years ago when like T-14s were about to get into full production, they did not they weren't produced as much as other tanks because a Russian official said that our Soviet era tanks can be modernized, and after modernization they are as good as the European equivalents. They're really good. They're enough to fight what other armies like European armies, because T-14 is a really good tank, yes, but T-72 B3 or other T-90M, they just do the job perfectly. They are perfect. The European tanks are as good as those tanks. So you see, like
Yeah,
the
They're
Russians
perfect. They are
are
cheaper. You don't
they're
worry
probably
about
much cheaper.
the Russians are like kind of more cost effective here, but the West, you
Yeah.
will see that a new tank is here. Yeah, they will leave behind their old tanks and they will start buying all the new tanks in huge numbers.
Yeah,
You
but
guys
also
saw
don't
those fighter jets.
I have a question about the cost to the
That's why also you don't
Americans
see C-57s
from
a
the
lot.
panel. I have a question about the cost for the Americans. How much cost a toilet seat in the US for the military?
Oh, for the military, $100.
Military.
Probably a couple $1,000.
Yeah, as much as
No,
the hammer, right?
I've read that the
$1,000 hammers.
toilet bags could cost up to 30,000.
Holy fuck!
Yeah.
Maybe those are super
Really?
technologically. Maybe they're like anti-armor toilet seats. They can take an RPG hit.
Even plated gold can't cost that much. I mean,
Maybe you
Yeah,
can
I
use those
think
toilet seats as
Station
but
has
the
a
armor,
good point there.
Sorry, what
but
were
at
you
the
gonna say,
same
Robert?
time, the armored troop carriers had no under protection for mines, and in Iraq the mines would blow up all the soldiers inside. They had to put sandbags to protect the floor of their troop carriers.
Right. What were you gonna say, Robert?
Well, I think that's an important point he's making is what does it cost for the American military? And the answer is as much as they can get away with, and that's the problem. That's the problem with the F-35, where they don't have, proprietary software. It's all owned by Lockheed. And someone was talking about the zoom walls, but, those ships are what they are. I mean, they're not good for what they were planned for, but they at least have some VLS. If you look at the LCS program, one of them doesn't work because their gearbox is shit and they can only go 15 knots, and the other one, well, it's slightly better, but none of it works. And the biggest problem is they can't even repair them themselves. They have to get contractors. They have to fly them out to repair their ships. I mean, that's not a way to conduct, a defense organization. It's just unprofessional and it's shit. And that's, the problem with modern military is in, what they said in the 90s. It was, we're done. We don't have to maintain stuff anymore. And it's not that, we don't use old material. It's just that all the old material was, in the military was shrunk down so much. All the old stuff was put on for sale, and we see them using the YPRs in Ukraine, and I'm thinking to myself, if shit comes to pass, then I would rather sit in one of those YPRs than in a pickup truck, And I would have been sitting in a YPR if we didn't give them away, because that's our second line. That's what we've done. We've given away our second line of defense. Our depth, what we had left, we've given it away, and we've burned it up in Ukraine, and that's a damn shame.
And I think that in and of itself speaks to the fact that the United States isn't actually threatened by Russia, right? If we were actually under threat, we would need this stuff. We don't need.
We
this
never
stuff.
were.
Yeah, the Russians
Hey,
are
guys.
not trying to conquer United States. That's all complete paranoia.
Well, with the U.S. and maybe rightfully so, after the end of the Cold War, they moved away from, I'll say, military excellence. Not to say that they didn't spend a lot of money still, but they moved to, economic coercion, financial sanctions. That was the stick that they would use. The stick doesn't work anymore. So, they don't have a whole lot left. I keep thinking about, and I'm keep reminded about the Wizard of Oz at the end when, they've got this big magical world, and at the end it's just this old guy pulling levers, and there's nothing behind it. And that's kind of what I feel like now with the U.S. and how they're trying to project military, or even just global might. People are kind of like looking at it now and saying, I think we'll do our own thing. And that's the most scary thing, I think, for the Americans, the American government, that people are just kind of like shrugging their shoulders and doing their own thing.
Yeah, that's what we lost in this war.
After the Cold War, the whole of Europe has demilitarized a lot. So basically, there was an article recently that stated that the UK has 40 combat-ready tanks, and Germany has 20,000 artillery shells, and that's only for that. That will be only enough for 1 or 2 days of combat in Ukraine. So you see how much it has demilitarized, and they're already sending a lot of their weapons to Ukraine. So ultimately, it's just they're just weakening themselves by supplying to Ukraine. The only people there's a benefit for the US here. They can sell more of the weapons to Europe, if Europe demilitarizes.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point of this whole.
Yeah, exactly.
They're just destroying Europe economically as a competitor.
Yeah,
and
I don't remember, it was Toby or someone that raised the point that NATO, the main point here is for NATO is to just earn money. They don't have any objectives.
I don't know.
It's a Ponzi scheme.
They want to beat Russia. I think they want to. They have a
It's
fantasy.
a Ponzi scheme.
They really wanted to beat Russia, but I think that once the economic sanctions didn't work, and it became an artillery war, right? So basically, what the Russians were able to do is they were able to force us to fight their fight instead of fighting this insurgency, right? They're put us in a situation where we can't tell the Ukrainians, so basically let your country be overrun and then we're going to send you Stinger. But you can't do that. So the Russians put us in a position of where we have to support Ukraine. And it's politically costly for somebody like Biden, for example. Elections are coming up, right? They can't lose face for these elections, Now there's the thing has a momentum of its own. There's political considerations, so it ends up being you can't foresee all of the different circumstances, I guess.
No, but there's different things running through each other. On the one hand, there's Europe trying to break away, and on the other hand, there's the United States putting Europe back in its place. And the West collectively got they got their bluff called, and what they lost is that power, the power of sanctions and stuff. And now everyone can see that they're not that powerful. That's why we've lost in the West.
I don't think the sanctions were a bluff. I think that we used the sanctions a lot.
It's not the sanctions. The threat of war that was a bluff against Russia.
But
you don't need to forget the super chats, guys.
I'm not a military expert, but for me, the way that it looks like what happened is the Russians go in with a force. There's a lot of people talking. It's between 90,000 to 200,000, whatever it is. It's insufficient to go in and march on Kiev, right? They start this special military operation. They get really stretched out, and they make a peace deal with the Ukrainians, right? The Ukrainians sign up for this peace deal. So what happens afterwards? I think, this is my speculation, is that we were like, we can do this. We actually can do this. Like, if this is what we're up against, we can take them out. And now we're finding that, no, the Russians could have mobilized the entire time. It's not like it was politically impossible for Putin to mobilize the population. The Russians do have sufficient quantity of material and men to actually to actually do the work, to actually do the necessary required work, the necessary required heavy lifting. And I think that we were hoping that we could make it politically costly by causing mass casualties. And, you know, I'm sure there were a lot of casualties. You know, there's, you know, I was on Twitter in those days. I've been kicked off of Twitter now, but, you know, there was casualties all over the place. I'm sure some of that's propaganda and stuff, but to a certain extent, I think that that's what we were hoping for. And what happened instead was that the Russians, they smartly withdrew, right? They were able to take political loss on the chin. They didn't really care that everybody in the West is going to talk about the offensive last year where they lost, you know, hundreds of kilometers of territory. They were willing to do that in order to keep their eye on the prize, which was the eventual the political goals that they're trying to accomplish with their military operation, which is, you know, no Ukraine in NATO and, you know, all the other stuff.
Yeah, that's a problem. Many people like see this as a video game. Like Russia lost territory, they had a loss. They gained territory, they had a win. So many people see this as a video game. They don't understand the like the stuff that's behind it, like the political stuff that's behind it, or for the long term. They just see this as a video game.
We need to take considering of the super chats first. The super chats, and we have a new guy. I think Andrew.
Yeah.
Look, attention of that guy. Andrew, hi Andrew. Can you present yourself?
Andrew.
Hello.
Yeah. Introduce him.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt you as you were all making very good points.
No, you're new, so you need to present yourself.
What?
So talk about yourself. Who are you?
Oh, I'm essentially a nobody. I'm from Italy. So maybe I can give insight from an Italian, from a Western country.
Buongiorno.
Yeah.
Buongiorno.
Yeah.
Andrew,
Maggiore.
Where are you from, Italy?
Everybody's a somebody. Always remember that.
Yeah, you're important.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess that's true, but I'm not anyone very important. I mean, my family has been involved in the military. My father was in the Navy, and he was, funnily enough, he was kicked because it was discovered to be colorblind.
Mm-hmm.
They found out later, after years of service, that he was colorblind. And that's just hilarious, in my opinion. So, I mean, there's not anything else to say. I've been following this war since around the time of the fall of Popasna. So, and I would say quite some time. It's been a year already, actually.
So where region of Italy are you coming from?
I come from southern Italy. I'm a half Sicilian and half Apulian region. Yeah,
he's nobody. He says mafia. Be careful, Sicily.
So, what is your impression in Italy of the popularity of this war effort? Are Italians getting sick of the? Are they throwing up the Ukrainian flags yet?
There's a very powerful peace movement, pacifist movement, I would say, especially in the more leftist parties. Weirdly enough, I would say that there's been a rift in the far right. I don't know if I can bring this into politics. I can.
You are able.
Yeah.
That's
fine. Yeah, bring it on. I like that. Bring it.
There's like neo-fascist movements in Italy, but they're like different. There's different parties, I guess you could say, although some of them are outlawed. And there's one of them supports Ukraine, and that would be compound, and the other one supports Russia, because of course they have different views on the topic. Because of course Ukraine has, for example, the Azov battalion, and of course all these ultra-nationalist, at least we could say, units, and then there's Russia, which is seen in Italy often as a anti-European power. Many Eurosceptics,
which party are you
many haters of the European Union have been, how could I say, in love with the Putin's Russia for a long time.
Which party are you in, though, Andrew? I'm just curious.
Excuse me?
Which party are you in? You said there was
Oh
a
no,
red.
I'm in no party. I'm in no party. I'm too
I'm
young.
just fucking with you, man. I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah. I know. I know. It's your joke.
How old are you?
Oh, I'm way too young. I would say I'm just 17, but
17.
We have more
I'm
young
just
people here.
There are no innocent in this world.
So
You are
basically,
not
what you're
young
saying is
enough.
that there is
You are
a
already
the
guilty.
popularity of the Ukrainian war actually is divided along political lines. Is kind of what you're saying.
Yes. Okay. We have a right-wing government in Italy that is trying to approach the European Union, so that Italy will no longer be. This is their point of view. I mean, in their opinion, Italy has been. How could I say, a slave of the European Union and the European banks. They're trying to approach the European Union in such a way that they will become more on the same level as Germany and France. So their idea is, if we help them in Ukraine, they're going to like us better and they're going to consider us more powerful or whatever. That's just what they're doing. It's kind of stupid in my opinion. Also, I heard some of you. I mean, I'm sorry if I bring back an older topic. You were talking about the Americans destroying the European economy.
Yeah.
I think the Americans have finally understood a terrible mistake they made earlier in the second half of the 19th century, of the 20th century. I mean, that would be where they waived off all the debts after World War II of the European countries.
Okay.
I mean, that would. I think the Americans have understood.
That went very well. I mean,
They
At
didn't
the
waive
time,
off.
yeah.
United
talking about
Kingdom
this,
just paid its World War II loan, the last one last year. So
Yeah,
till
but
1945
many debts were not
till
forgiven.
2022, United
lot of
Kingdom
debts.
paid with interest. That was
Yeah,
very interesting.
yeah.
I mean,
The
how?
Russians had to pay it back. The UK had to pay it back. I don't know about Italy,
Okay,
but
I
I mean, for
want to
me,
bring up
Italy is
something.
actually
Yeah.
an industrial, like potential industrial superpower. Italy actually has industry left, you know. And I think now what we're seeing happen with Germany, this is definitely going to open up opportunities for Italy to be like, where you can still buy a transmission for a semi truck. It's going to be in Italy because Germany's not going to be able to manufacture them at the same cost in the same quantities anymore. So I think this
But the
does
same,
actually present
Bradley,
opportunities.
the same goes for Italy. Most of its
Yeah.
gas were coming from Russia.
Right,
That's
but
true.
it does open up. I understand that Italy gets to be on the back foot of this equation as well, but it opens up an opportunity for them.
No, the only thing that make Italy relevant in a United States point of view, it's its geography, right in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea. That's it.
Right, but
That's
you think
the
that's
only
what
real value of Italy for the
you think
United
his political
States.
party thinks that? I think that Italian, like for example, let's just say Italian nationalist inclined
I need to
parties.
answer first.
Yeah, NGS.
A chat with money is good.
Let's do it. Let's answer. What are the questions we're trying to answer first?
NGS said the biggest challenge in the West is not weapons, but our people who is weak. Look around. We cannot mass mobilization. That's what Ukraine is for. And he's exactly right, because I was reading in the news a couple months back that when asked in an enquete survey, 13% of people in my country, in the Netherlands, said they were willing to fight for it. So, I mean, he's kind of right there.
Yeah, it's going to be the same in
Yeah, the
Belgium.
thing about Ukraine is Ukraine is a bit different. Like they have a very strong nationalistic movement, so it's much easier to get people to fight for them. But in other countries, like in the West, the desire for the people to fight is not
Well,
that
and
high.
many
Like,
people
according to
were
polls
forced
and
at
everything.
gunpoint to go into the army. So, I mean, that's a way to do it.
NGS, the real problem for the Western government in Europe today, just look at their spending, where they are actually spending in Belgium and in France. the governments decided to put money on equipment which are kind of armored vehicles, but for specially made for anti-riots. They are preparing to fight against the population here, which will certainly revolt.
Ariel, are you going to talk about France?
About what France?
The thing that you
As
did
long
not
as I
speak
have my
about.
good red wine, I mean everything is okay.
Another super chat that NGS brought up was Vilnius. Will the mainstream media narrative break? No, they're always gonna find a way to put. There's going to be a scapegoat. You're going to throw the scapegoat under the bus, and you're going to have the rest of the people are going to not. The narrative is never going to die. The narrative is everything.
Speaking as a European, much of our so-called mainstream media is state-owned. So I mean,
Yeah.
they're not gonna change.
I don't think the mainstream media will change. I think it will lessen. And after the summit, Biden gave a little speech. And when I watched the speech, you can go back and find it, but he looked so kind of like, oh, well, we've done what we can. Time for me to go on and think about something else. So that was the vibe I got from him. He basically came out and said, we've given them the support that we can, and we hope that the Russians will just leave. Basically, that's what he said. He basically said, well, we hope Putin will change his mind, and maybe one day he will. We've armed the Ukrainians as much as we can, and let's hope that they can go do something with it, was basically the message he said. So I took that as being, didn't want to talk about it. We're going to lessen talking about Ukraine as we run up to the election.
What are you going to say?
Yeah, that's exactly.
Whoa.
And if we go back a little bit, about why Russia isn't, having big offensives, they don't need to. They just have to wait it out.
Yep.
Exactly.
And it's just like the cluster munitions. They're giving them those because that's all they've got to give.
Exactly.
They don't have nothing else to shoot. So better to shoot something than nothing.
Yeah, and they don't have banana shooters like the Indians have.
Everybody shut up.
I think that's the wrong point because.
Vaughn, you were saying, what were you saying? Nobody
Oh,
heard
I'm
you.
just saying that the cluster munitions, they're giving them those because that's all they've got left to give them, that they really feel comfortable giving them out of their stockpiles. They're not giving them any more high explosive 155. They're probably giving them post Desert Storm manufactured DPA CM. And
they're 1980s
it's just not going to be. It's just not usable for what they want to use it for. I mean, maybe you could use it to clear minefields, but then you got to drive over the ones that didn't explode. So you're dropping a minefield on a minefield to clear a minefield.
Yeah.
So
we're sending them free Desert Storm.
Biden said that.
I have really big question.
Let
me finish. I think what it speaks to is the supplies are that low, and they can't really comfortably give away any more of the good stuff.
And they said it out loud. That's the crazy
and Biden
thing.
said it himself. So I mean, it's like I said, I guess it's better to shoot something than nothing. I mean, you can suppress guys for a minute with those, but like I was telling other people, I mean, if you're in a bunker with overhead cover with some logs and a couple feet of dirt, those little bomblets are not going to penetrate and hurt you. So every time they come in, they're going to just duck in their little cubby holes and hide. And unless one of those things literally hits them or lands in front of the hole and shoots shrapnel into the hole, it's not going to do nothing to them. And then they're going to be able to pop right back up and start shooting their ATGMs and machine guns. And, I mean, you could use it to suppress them, but you'd have to have probably 50 guns firing those and then walking it forward with your guys moving behind it. And then, like I said, then on top of that, you've got the failure rate. I mean, it might not be that great. It might not be, that high. But still, I mean, you're driving along, everything's going good. Then the dude next to you just blows up because he stepped on a fucking bomblet that didn't go off. I mean, it's just all this shit would have been good to have like a year ago. The DPCICM would have been great to drop on the fucking Russian columns outside of Kiev. Ideal for that. Ideal for dropping it on the motherfuckers coming across the bridges out of the Crimea.
again, it's just like the tanks and the Bradleys. It's a fucking year too late, and it's just desperate. That's what it tells me. They're desperate because they don't really serve a purpose in what they're trying to do as far as break through the lines. You need 155 shells that dig craters. You saw a guy get buried alive by a shell that landed nearby, and they had to dig him out. You're not going to get that effect with bomblets. You're going to get that effect with 152s or 155s burrowing in a foot and then detonating and digging them guys out.
So, I mean, that makes me think that they're preparing people for the inevitable. We're going to back off. You know, I can't think of any other reason why you would say that out loud. You could have made all kinds of BS excuses about why you're sending cluster munitions. You didn't have to say that we don't have anything else to send. That is sending a strong message.
The Russians have never. I mean, the only time you would have ever had a chance to hit them with massed formations was in the beginning when they were driving down to Kiev and everywhere. I mean, after that, I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to waste these shells trying to hit, a platoon of guys sneaking along a tree line with a BMP and a couple trucks? I mean, yeah, maybe, but more than likely not.
And the retreat from Kherson was also an opportunity the Ukrainians didn't took.
Yeah. You could have been hitting those roads they were using to get out with those DP ICMs, and fuck it. That's what it's meant for. I mean, ask Mehdi if he's a Cav scout. Ideally, he would be forward in his position. Here come the Soviets down the valley in the Fulda Gap in their big battalion formations. Mehdi's like, oh shit, calls the artillery. They start dropping that DP ICM on that formation to fucking kill it and disable it and immobilize it and slow it down so he can get the fuck out of there and we can get ready for him. It's not meant for anything that they plan. I mean, unless the Russians all of a sudden break out somewhere and start rolling a brigade in line, then yeah, that would be perfect for it. But where they're at right now, I don't see any point in using it.
Because they understand that the Ukrainians are failing their offensive. No breakthrough. And are expecting the Russians to break the Ukrainian lines in some areas. Like in the north, near Kupiansk, or I don't know what the name of the place there. The Russians are advancing. Slowly, but they are advancing. And now it seems that the Russians have made an offensive in the Liman, crispy lemon area.
Yeah, can I interrupt?
Yeah, I mean, if there's a big formation like that, that would be good to hit it with, but I mean, if they're just creeping up, and using the tanks and stuff for fire support and then creeping up, I mean, you can use it on them, but then you're dropping them into the woods too, so the trees are going to set them off. I mean, it's just, I mean, like I said, really, ideally, that's for catching motherfuckers out in the open in maneuvers. It's not for catching dudes in bunkers and showdowns and trenches.
First, I need to interrupt. First of all, about the storage that US don't have ammunition. How can you run out of ammunition, sending Ukraine over 1 million of shells, and having over they have at Google, yeah, I googled it, but still they had 400 million shells. That's even if it's 100 million, I understand that's not only for some howitzers, 155, but US can't just run out of ammunition. I think they just send it cluster ammunition due to their tactics of
no, that's for their own wars.
Because I'm sure that they understand Ukraine is. They lost in Ukraine. The all game changers, weapons, what they had, Leopard was lost.
If I may just for a moment interrupt, I think that when Western sources
didn't work because I don't know, but seems to me that they don't believe in their own victory, because if America have a lot of weaponries, not talking about Europe because they lost all their Soviet equipment, but found out to be pretty good enough. But the main point that US have military equipment. I understand they have some other front lines Middle East. They have contracts. They have since now also Pacific area where second front line. The main point is at Taiwan.
I mean, I can answer the question for you real quick. We've gotten to the point of where that's how much we're going to help you. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
if there's another
that's
300
probably
million shells. That's ours. I mean, we ain't gonna fuck ourselves for Ukraine, even if we say we're gonna fuck ourselves for Ukraine in public. Obviously, we've gotten to the point where the government feels like this is enough help. We're not giving away any more shit. I mean, really, because like you said, 400 million shells. I mean, north of me in Indiana, there's a huge complex, and when I say huge, that's not even giving it credit. I mean, and it's all hooked with rail lines. Every single bunker has a rail car line attached to it, and we're talking excess of 100 bunkers. This is a multi-military ammunition storage facility. There could easily be millions upon millions of rounds in there, and that motherfucker ain't getting emptied out. So what it is, you've reached your limit. The credit is done. You're getting cut off. And then maybe Biden's slow walking that out, but I think that's probably more he's just fucking senile and just let it slip. But he probably was briefed on it, like this is what we're gonna do. But then his senile ass is like said the quiet part out loud.
Biden wasn't the only one, though. Like I said, it's been on interviews on TV.
Wait, I have something serious to point. I think that on this summit in Vilnius, they did not, because I thought that they gonna decide on whole situation over Ukraine, what we're gonna do about Ukraine for next years on this summit, but they didn't. And what I think they gave Ukraine time till September to show, I don't know, more advanced, but very capable at least of something, because.
So that'd be kind of like what was it last year when they had to do that offensive to get the good press right before the last summit, right? So that's what you're saying. Basically, they got to do something before September.
They gave time to September to Ukraine because maybe they don't believe in their own victory. This is the main problem. And
I heard November.
I truly don't know why, but not NATO, but just US only have a lot of military equipment, a lot of old military equipment, what it can send to Ukraine. No matter the fact that there's other hot points in the world for US, they still can send few hundred of vehicles to some Ukraine. And the main important that at the start of this year they sent Leopards, they sent Challengers, they sent their last game changers. But truth is to be told, the main weaponry in any war, in the main weapon in all wars was brains, and they just sent tanks, waves of tanks on Russian positions with no anti-air support, what had been destroyed before. They did not just properly cover their offensive because they don't have anti-air. What had been mostly destroyed few months before their offensive, they send their forces without proper air support. I mean, that's the work of Russian anti-air and Russian aviation. And now Germany had, after Vilnius summit, they had announced that they're gonna give 40 Gepard tanks, that's anti-air. But thing is, those tanks, those 40 Gepard tanks, first of all, how 40 anti-air small tanks, what cannot even reach alligators, K-52, what are flying somewhere 9 kilometers away, and the range of Gepard is 4 kilometers and a half. Like, how do they gonna fire Russian aviation? How do they gonna fire?
That's the thing. They'll probably start using these anti-drone platforms, or maybe put them around places where they think cruise missiles will come. That's about the only thing they'll be good for. And I'm talking about a regular cruise missile, not no hypersonic bullshit.
Yeah, but the K-52s are the
they don't send
that is stopping the Ukrainians offensive.
They don't send a lot of stuff. They don't send stuff.
Yeah, you're just moving. Yeah, you're moving through a field, and just suddenly a missile comes and hits you, and you don't even know the source because K-52 is kilometers away, and you can't even see it, but it can see you and it can destroy you in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is you could probably detect the 52, but you can't engage it because it's too far away. So
yeah,
I mean, like
and
I
the
said, it would be
Ukrainian
good to have around the infantry units and stuff and trenches to protect you from drones, and maybe around like transit points into target areas where you think maybe cruise missiles might come. Like if they fire them from the same direction every time to hit someplace in Kiev, you could maybe set a few of them over there. Maybe they'd get lucky shooting down a regular cruise missile, but I mean, really, I think at this point they'd be good for drones, and that's about it. Because the helicopters
the
don't
thing
have
about in the front lines, Ukrainian air defense is in a really bad state, because for the past few months, the Russians have been conducting an anti-air defense operation to take out as much air defense capabilities as the Ukrainians have. Like we have also seen in those leaked documents, considering if they're real, like they've stated how Ukrainian air defense is in a really bad state. Okay, so that's the biggest problem, because when they're advancing, they have no air cover, they have no proper air defense. Russians, helicopters from kilometers away can just smash an entire column of Ukrainian tanks and vehicles.
Yeah, but that's what we are already saying for a long time. And a good news from the NATO thing that happened last week, they're going to get new Patriots. 8 million per fire, 8 million per fire. It's what we already said for months ago, and the same about the tanks. They're going to get new tanks, but for what? To be shut down directly, and that's what the Russians did. So that we predicted happens. And the era of the tank is just done because of drones. If you just use drones, the era of the tanks is done.
No.
They've said that. They've said that before.
It's not done.
Every time there's a new war with tanks, they say the era of the tank is over. But in the end, it's just a very armored artillery platform that is super useful. Like, it gives you more defense.
It's a war tractor. Whenever
The drone is the
whenever you're
game
doing
changer
any
of the
kind of
whole
hard
war.
work in the field, whether you're doing hard work in the field of farming or you're doing hard work in whatever field, if you don't have a freaking tractor to pull your shit, you're gonna need a horse or a mule. So the era of the tank is never gonna be over. You're always gonna need
Yeah,
something.
but I mean about the assault tank. I don't mean about other type of tanks. I mean the Abrams stuff, the Leopards, the Challengers. I mean these type of tanks for
mass tank
shooting.
formations?
Like the era of the tank formation assault is over.
You are done. You're spotted
thing
by a
is-
drone with a tank. You are done. It's game over. That's it.
I think he's making a good point, though.
One thing,
And you can do that with a drone of $500 that you're buying in the Walmart or in the media
yeah, but
market.
those drones can't man positions. So, and one thing that this war has proven also is that the importance of infantry. You know, like you can bomb all you want, but if you don't man the positions, then you have no control over territory. So
Yeah, but of course, but
you need armor.
You need first to spot. You need first to locate something, and
The field-
using much more expensive drones to have also the coordinates that you can send to your artillery. And that's what they are doing.
I guess if you could have like autonomous drones that could recharge on their own, you know, like field the drone and forget it and leave it patrolling an area, then you might be able to no longer use infantry and heavy infantry.
Well, it's still going to exist. That's not done because you have your line, you have your defend line, and behind your line you still put your stuff. Artillery is also the cheapest way to conduct sort type of war. So they're never
I do
going to
think
lose
you have
that.
a
But
point,
like the
man.
expensive
You have raised a good
fancy
point,
tanks,
but
The
thing is that
it's important because what I think is a better way to say it is that the days of large scale armored movements, mechanical warfare, that's kind of over.
That's over.
At least in the way we did it in like Desert Storm or in World War II. I think with the capabilities, the surveillance capabilities we have these days, that movements like that are going to be very hard, and we see it in the field that none of the sides really can make do big mechanized movements with a lot of. I mean, what we saw in the big offensive wasn't really. I mean, we saw maybe 30 or 40 vehicles, but you have to be talking about hundreds of vehicles at the same time. I don't think we're going to see that anymore.
And the thing is, you just need to see what Russia is using. They don't use their fancy modern tanks for a reason, because they know they are useless with it. Once spotted, is gone. That's it. That's easy.
Well,
they're just as good as a cheap tank.
I have seen footage.
So why using something modern?
I have seen footage of a T-90 receiving like a shit ton of beating. Like lots of explosions and moving on. Like not being paralyzed.
All right. So it looks like we're actually starting to get ready to wind down, and I don't know if there's people waiting in line behind us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give my outro now, and say peace to you, gentlemen. It's been great to talk. Like always, I want to the point that I want to say for my outro is the issue with the United States military-industrial complex. It isn't just the neoliberalization that has hollowed out our armies and our military-industrial complex. It's also our education system and post-Cold War culture that has failed us. We need machinists. We need welders. We don't need managers, but everybody wants to be a manager. So this is a fundamental issue on a very base level that has to be addressed before we can address the larger problems of, producing sufficient quantities of rockets to be able to do what the Russians are doing to the Ukrainians every month, right? And I'd say that's my outro. It's been great, gentlemen. Thank you very much, Wyatt, and hopefully I'll see you guys next week.
Yeah, now that the U.S. Army is full of LGBT, they can just cancel any army that opposes them.
That's everywhere. So
especially the Russian one.
They'll just cancel the hell out of them, and it's done. They won the war.
So
No, but
seriously, that's on paper. I mean, if you look at, and the Chinese are also doing the same stuff. They don't make gender identity, but they made gender segregation. So you have male and female, and they don't mix them.
That's good.
Have unit full of female, unit with only female. You have that in Russia. You have that in China, and then you have unit with only male. And they don't have.
I guess they have different functions.
And
just
they,
like in police.
Of course, they don't. They have specific function, but each unit, infantry unit, has its own specialization. Yeah, you have marine infantry, you have VDV, you have National Guards, you have engineers, you have
artillery units.
Exactly, you have, but they have made female-only units.
Wonder what their function is.
Since the Second World War, they were the first to introduce massively female in the front line, but mainly, not always, but mainly on only female units. It's maybe a thing that the United States should make, but the United States
what's the function of those units?
But the United States decided to add all the alphabet.
If they do that in the United States, a lot of these single young men out here in the States will be able to find those traditional wives who all of a sudden don't want to get drafted and want to stay home and raise kids and cook. So yeah,
that's happening.
Tell them you're going to send women so these guys can get wide.
Female with a penis.
Hey, but I think there's like a sorry,
get scared. All right,
because I want to do closing soon. I want to do closing.
So
4
guys,
hours
can
already.
I just make a very fast outro? I hope.
Can I just make a point?
Let's go. Let's go.
I think there's like a fundamental philosophical difference in each side's doctrine. It's hard to point it out, but there's this quote from Nietzsche that I don't know what book it's from, but it's basically that war makes the winner stupid. And it's like, I guess the Anglo-Saxon world has had too much of an easy ride in their opponents so far, and they don't have the cultural attitude for warfare at the moment. Who knows? Maybe something will change. That's what I had to say.
So great point, by the way.
This is a missed super chat. Sorry if NGS for the late super chat. Yeah, Dennis.
So I hope it will be just nice to talk with you all, guys. It very first my experience in that field, like talking with foreign strangers with the cameras and stuff. Just very interesting discussions was here, and I'm glad that I was here also, and that I was able to say some words, some ideas. Thanks to that, of course, for that opportunity, and to you guys, because you let me speak. So I hope that outro is not my last outro on this field. So yeah, like bye, because it's already 3 a.m.
I need to go to bed. That's not good.
Who knows where I'm going to?
I already had, at your age, I already had my mother slapping me. Go to bed!
Nobody home right now, so I joined it.
Okay.
So, okay. Thanks to you all, guys. Thanks to that. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
There's actually some noob numbers.
Bye.
It's 7 a.m. now for me, so that's noobish.
It's time to go to work, Wyatt.
Okay, so yeah, we will continue. We'll now do outro. Okay, because the last, what happened is that the last open mic, it went to 5 hours, so I feed into the AI platform. It cannot digest the 5 a.m. The 5 hours. I cut it into 2, feed it's still bugged out, so I have no idea what the hell is happening. So I try not to go to 5 hours this time around. So
it's 5:14 a.m. 5:14 for me.
Red.
Oh, okay. So
it's time to go to bed, my kid.
RL.
So Wyatt, was great open mic. It was nice talking to nice people, and we saw new faces again. That's great.
Yeah, they're also young.
Crazy what you're doing, Wyatt. All my respect.
Hey, it's RL's closing. Wait, later you got your chance.
We didn't speak a lot about BRICS. I wanted to talk more about what happened outside of the West, outside of Ukraine, involving Russia, but also its partners. And maybe we will see in 1 month how that so-called BRICS summit in South Africa will turn out. I'm really waiting for it to see if it's something nothing burger like the Vilnius summit, or if it will be something spot on for the future. Voila.
Okay, Mr. Lambo.
Yeah, it was a good chat. was good chat. A lot of repetitive things that we already talked about and heard about. It's just because Ukraine is in such a position that they, like I said every week, is going to be a point that they're going to pull the white flag. It's going to happen. But the NATO continues to support. They continue to feed them, give them enough food to continue, and that stays a very big problem for the Ukrainian population, because also for the Russian population, because you're losing all these men for nothing, for something that needs to end and don't need to continue, because Russia going to win this. The only way it can maybe lose is if the NATO gets fully involved, but then you're going to create a third world war. But otherwise, it's a hopeless game for Ukrainians, and it's just waiting when it's going to end. And actually also because I didn't send my minions. I didn't send my minions to the front to help the Ukrainians. I already in the good colors, but I just going to do that. No, my minions need to be fed by bananas, not by mines. Need to eat bananas a lot. And I have a big population of minions, a few millions, because it's fantasy, so I can also say billions, but that's exaggerating. Yeah. No, so I don't going to send my minions. Yeah, just for that. But no, it's just a hopeless situation. Also, yeah, I need to maybe talking about the BRICS will be more informative for me also to knowing what's happening with that also. Maybe something for the next topic, for the next open mic, to be able, and I listen more because I don't know a lot of it. So maybe a good learning stuff for me in the future. So RL need to push more next week to talk about the BRICS. But no, for me, it's just if it's just like, yeah, Ukraine war need to stop fast, very fast. It need to stop. I am afraid it's not going to happen. Still, like I'm saying last time, it's going to happen when maybe Trump is going to be president or maybe Kennedy. But Mr. Biden and the power is never going to stop because that guy want to have a weak Russia, but it's not going to happen because Russia isn't weak. This is more seeing that they become stronger and stronger, and that is what's happening. And after that, or also the Russians going to rearm themselves also more, and they're going to see also the problem they had during that war, and they're going to rearm themselves to be even stronger and invest also. I think they're going to have a bigger military budget than that also. And you can see that the NATO is just behind Russia in technology and their type of machinery that they're using. That war is just showing that the NATO is not so big that we thought about. Maybe in numbers, but what they are sending is just showing that everything they are sending is nothing against the Russians, and that is a very concerning point for me, for us. Just looking how the military is built up in Europe, also the stocks also. So yeah, it's going to be it's keeping interesting to follow every week actually. And no, I just want to see that war stopping because it's too bloody. It's too bloody for all these poor people, and it's going to be disastrous. And adding the cluster mines, stupid statistic about the cluster mines. The dots, so the one that they don't explode. Officially, United States say 3.25% doesn't explode, but the reality is 20%. And that is very concerning also for the aftermath of the war. Like I said last week, it's a stupid weapon and something that they better don't use, because if Ukraine are going to use them massively, Russia going to respond with that also. So it's going to be a bigger minefield we're going to see already now. So yeah, I'm going to close like that. So banana pataya, voila.
Leo.
Well, it was my first open mic, and it was pretty good, not gonna lie. So it was pleasure to talk with you guys. So hope I gonna be next open mic here. I don't know when it is, but hope. I mean, truly, I wasn't agreeing with all what you're saying, mostly, but not with all. Like, I think next time we can kind of more talk about theme of European policy and their policy of demilitarization since 90s, since Cold War had ended, and especially Eastern Europe. And I think that was kind of not really good statement that Baltic is just a piece of land for NATO. Then why would they give HIMARS to Lithuania? Why would they state their military buildings and so on? And why is Poland so actively militarizing, buying hundreds of tanks? So there's things to talk about. I don't know when is next summit of BRICS. I hope it's by the next open mic. And yeah, I mean, there's also other things to talk about, but I guess that's all what I have. So that's how I call.
Thank you, Leo. I don't know. Leo give me a very RL vibe. Like his closing is like very RL-ish. Very good. Very good.
Miami.
Nunya.
Well, like Leo and RL, I'm interested to see what's going on, what's going to happen with the BRICS summit on August 22nd in South Africa. I personally think they're going to announce something big. The rumor is they're going to announce a new currency backed in gold. There's a lot of stuff going on outside of Ukraine right now, as RL mentioned, that doesn't get a lot of press. But there's a lot of things going on in the background that we don't necessarily hear about, that you start to see the alliances forming. Like, for example, Solomon Islands just signed a strategic deal with China. That doesn't get any news. Honduras has just formalized relations. Things are changing in the world. So I think that BRICS is going to start to solidify that a bit more. With respect to Ukraine, I believe that the Russians are preparing to make an offensive. I think I'm alone in that view, but I think that they want to get this wrapped up. I think that you're going to start to see Russians advancing in the coming weeks. That's it for me.
Thank you, Nunya. Great.
Yeah, wait, let me just finish what I'm eating. Yeah. Okay, so it was I guess it was a good open mic. Better than the last one because we went a bit off track. We started talking about COVID and then women with penises. I just don't want to talk about it. Okay, but this was a good open mic. I'm looking forward to the next one. And also, I just want to address one thing in the comments because I was talking about the military-industrial complex. I just want there was a comment that stated that the American military-industrial complex influences a lot of the U.S. foreign policy heavily. I kind of agree with that. I agree with that a lot. The stuff the U.S. is doing actually serves the interest of the military-industrial complex a lot. I won't go into much detail as this is the closing, but it would be a good topic to talk about in the next open mic. And talking about the war in general, I hope it ends very quickly. Ukraine cannot win this war. There's no way. Okay, I believe that. Yeah, that's but the faster it ends, it's better for basically our country because our country has been really suffering from this war a lot. Okay, I'm from Bangladesh. If you guys didn't know, okay, I'm from Bangladesh, and yeah, our country has been affected economically by the war a lot. Okay, so we just wish this war ends very quickly, and we just hope for the best. Yeah, let Gabriel speak now.
Okay, bro. Real.
Oh, well, thank you, guys. Oh, nice. Really good to hear you and your points of view. especially from such different dispersed places, and especially Wyatt. I don't know how you do it. Admirable, and thank you for the. Thank you for the for all your work. You're really impressive. Yeah, about the war, it's really interesting. I think we don't talk too much about other things because it sort of all ties down to what's happening. I think one of the reasons for which the war is so central in discussion is because it's sort of an epicenter of everything that's happening in the world. I see it like that. That's a reality. That's where realities are clashing. The realities that are gonna sort of write the future. They're gonna write history. Sorry about the sound. It's always a problem, but the ramifications, the ripples of what's going on there in Ukraine is gonna affect all of us.
A puppy.
And it's gonna be super interesting to see what evolves from that. And we'll hope to catch up the next open mic and to have better sound. Better acoustic environment. And so yeah, that's it. Good luck, guys.
Okay.
Hope to see you soon.
Get a better mic, Gabriel.
What?
Get a better mic.
Yeah, that's true.
At least a silent place.
Okay, also I just want to add something. Like, if you guys want to talk to me, I'm always active in the DPA Discord, and especially Leo, are you in the DPA Discord?
Yeah, they are all in already.
Huh? Okay.
Wait,
Tag me.
what's your nickname?
I'm not. I'm not on Discord.
I'm red. I'm red. Okay, I just want to just say this. Okay. Okay, I'll let one speak now.
Faster. You want to say what do you
I
want to say?
just want to close real quick. Like, subscribe, share. I thought this was a really good panel today, and I am interested in the BRICS also, so I definitely want to watch that. I probably have some questions for it. The Zaporizhzhia offensive is a failure. I'd keep an eye on Crimea. I've heard some rumblings about crap around Poland and Belarus border, so maybe there'll be a little distraction up there for something going on somewhere else. There is no artillery parity on the battlefront. Drink some more Coke. Don't be afraid to come on the open mic. You can see we get new people every week. No one's going to get you. No one's going to hurt you. All you got to do is come on and talk. Don't be a bok chicken. You know who you are with your nonsense. Y'all have a good week. I'm out of here. See ya. Thanks, Wyatt.
Thanks, Vaughn. Robert.
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks, Wyatt, for another great stream. To close it off, I don't assume people to be, dumb or stupid, but, with all the game changers and all the sort of military help, I mean, anyone who knows, even a little bit about it, you can assume that from the beginning, none of it was to win this war, because if you would have want to, engage the Russians in earnest, it would have been in the trillions worth of military aid and not what was given till now. So, I mean, that's what I think about it. And everybody, thanks for tonight, and see you next time.
Andrew.
I'll be very quick. I just want to say I was a chicken myself, and I enjoyed very much this first stream with you guys. I want to say I found you all to be very intelligent people. And one last thing, well, two last things. First of all, I think next time I'm gonna give a bit more insight into a Western country that is often overlooked, Italy. And I wanted to say that it took me way too long, much longer than it should have, to understand that Mr. Lambo is wearing a minion suit. It took me way too long to understand that.
All right. Craig. You're muted.
Yeah, so I feel like I said what I wanted to say about the status quo earlier, but looking forward, we did mention the Latin American Summit, the BRICS Summit. These are really important events, and you're going to want to read between the lines between what is said there. The Latin American Summit in particular could turn the West into the Northwest, if you know what I mean, right? Could be a whole continent opting out of, being part of the so-called Western Hemisphere. So these are pretty important, significant, big-scale diplomatic events. But there's some other things that are maybe more internal politics stuff that people might want to take note of. One of them is that in Arabia, the UAE just went to the St. Petersburg summit and signed a huge number of deals with the Russians. Qatar signed a huge long-term natural gas deal with China. And Saudi Arabia signed a huge deal, despite their tensions with the United States, to buy a huge number of Boeing airliners. So what seems to be happening in the Gulf region is everyone's hedging their bets. Saudi is, cool on the diplomatic front, but very warm on the economic front. UAE is warm on the diplomatic front, but cool on the economic front and is dealing with Russia very directly. And Qatar has a huge U.S. base, but they've just sold all their natural gas to China, and now the U.S. has to protect that. So, when you look at these parts of the world that are no longer afraid of the United States or playing for advantage the way Erdogan has been playing for advantage, they're also doing that in Arabia. They're also doing that in South America. We're seeing quite a bit.
Of
something
wrong.
Yeah, I had a glitch out here. We're seeing a lot of positioning here for the multipolar world. And the two other very brief notes is one, I think the dynamics in the U.S. presidential race have changed. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is getting a lot of visibility. He's talking a lot about the abuses of the CIA. He said he will dismantle the military bases worldwide. He has put a giant target on his back, and he's talking about that target and the fact that the CIA, as far as he's concerned, it's a fact, killed his uncle and his father, and probably other members of the Kennedy family. I mean, this is a huge challenge to U.S. foreign policy and U.S. direction. And at the same time, Trump has been very, very adamant against the actual internals, against the FBI itself, against the CIA itself, against Victoria Nuland. And so he's going after the actual people executing this policy, and RFK Jr. is going after the policy. Like, this is very, very new for American politics to see, and from the right, both attacking the military industrial complex. It has real potential to change. And so I just want to keep an eye on that. And then there's a lot of really interesting technology news, but I'll leave that for the next time we get into depth on things like chips and batteries and rare earths and stuff like that. But I just wanted to say the diplomatic world is very, very different today than it was even a month ago. And we're all going to want to watch that stuff closely.
Thank you, Craig. So I'm going to swap myself for upgrade for his closing before coping.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. I just came back from work. That's why I'm late. Yeah, amazing. I was listening to what you said at the beginning. I was just like half an hour through from the beginning, so I missed most of the thing, but I will go on and watch it tomorrow probably. Yeah, like usual, amazing guests, amazing opinions, and keep the work. Hopefully next time I can join in.
All right. Thank you, Upgrade.
Yeah, I was waiting. I was kind of hoping for you to join.
And Red, do you want to finish whatever you want to finish? Just now you say you want to.
No,
say
I'm done. I'm done.
You're done. Okay. Coping.
Yes. Wasn't this extremely pleasant having all these new faces? Some of you have got to converse a little bit in the DPA public forum, which all of you watching, you can go there and you can converse outside of the open mic as well. And yeah, White has his limits here trying to get an AI, so I'm not going to have the long shtick. You guys know the drill. You press that fucking like button before you get a thumb up your ass. You do subscribe, and you stay subscribed for as long as DPA exists. You do find those little clips that we have been uploading, and you share them. Okay? That will be showing you mad respect. Those of you who have super chatted, friends throughout eternity, our eternal soulmates, our lifeblood to the DPA open mic, we thank you. And also, of course, those who support DPA on Patreon, Locals, Ko-fi, and for those who improve their sexuality by supporting DPA financially at Boosty. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you much. Much respect. My fellow panelists, you do make it quite an entertaining show. I did like it that many of you were requesting to be discussing more of BRICS, and I'm just going to give you all a little foreshadowing. We have a community-generated content specifically tied to BRICS, and it is likely to be uploaded soon. So stay tuned to DPA. Don't forget to subscribe, and thank you all for watching.
Thank you so much. And yeah, that's it.
Coping kind of speaks like a YouTuber.
Coping has all the potential to be a YouTuber.
Yeah.
Bye guys.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Then I will do my.
See you guys in the next one.
See you.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And that's my turn to do closing. So thank you everyone for watching the Open Mic 38. And I just want to highlight something. Let me see how do I do this. Wait, present, share screen, which screen should entire screen? No, okay. This one, share. So I just want to highlight Mr. NSA fella, who is also called J, with a UK flag, Ukraine flag, Georgia flag, and a Taiwan flag. You are a freaking coward. Yeah, no, he say that you guys are all tankies and incels. Yeah, he's a joke. Yeah, all NAFO people are jokes. No, not all NAFO people. I take back the word. I'm wrong. Some NAFO people are a joke. And this one particularly is a coward. Maybe I should make it bigger. Yeah, then you can see it there. Coward. Coward. Yeah. I just in case people didn't see it. I just want to make a point that you can see it. Coward. So thank you guys for watching, and also shout out to Donald Heisa. You talk rubbish. You want to join? You say you want to join on Twitter. I should also show this. Sometimes I need to call them out. If not, it's like what the hell, man. Let me share the screen again. Share screen. This one. Share screen. Go in again. Okay, where is it? So there's this guy who keeps saying he want to join, but it's really not so hard to join. But I have no idea why he cannot join. Yeah, this one. So I muted this guy because he never talked in good faith. He tried to join, but got no response back. Then actually he tried to private message me, but he offended me, so I don't want to reply him. But it's still an open mic, anyone can join. And I reply him and tell him that there's a slot, and then there's 10 slots, didn't join. Freaking not just coward, full of shit. So just want to put it out there to make sure that yes, I make it a point to call you guys out. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, Zahadum is correct. Do not get mad on anonymous people. No, but I'm not mad actually. To me, this is just fun and games. Because they are not serious, they don't show their face, then they are nobody. So yeah, so throwing some Kinzhao missiles aside on them. Thank you guys for watching. I think today's is yet another very fascinating open mic that totally ignores the title. I totally did not expect the entire open mic is talking about Ukraine war and NATO. NATO as in no, it's still about Ukraine war. So that's very interesting. And then sometimes I thought that they will talk about Ukraine war. When I put the title about Ukraine war, then they don't talk at all about Ukraine war. Very fascinating. So anyway, so thank you guys for watching. I cannot drag this on to 5 hours because it does give me problems with the tool that I'm using to actually do the video editing. So, and also do the timestamp. So if you realize the previous open mic have no timestamps because I cannot process the videos for some reasons. So anyway, so okay. So before I drag too long, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next update, and I'll put out the outro. And oh wait, I want to thank you all the super chats, NGS, Tamid, NGS, NGS. Did I miss anyone? Or NGS, Anika, NGS, Simeon, NGS, Vaughn, Do, NGS. Yeah, thank you everyone for the super chat. All this money helps to pay for because the AI tool actually needs to pay money, so it helps to pay for that video editing. And thank you everyone. Thank you for participating in the open mic. Not just just watching or coming on the show, but also the discussion within the live chat is also part of the open mic. It's also part of the discussion and discourse, which DPA. If you guys know me well enough, you realize that I always encourage talking, sharing, engagement, debates, and learn from each other. To grind the knowledge with each other to see whether maybe something you believe in is actually not correct. Yeah, not like some of those cowards that I show you just now that they are just very cannon fodder-ish. So anyway, thank you for watching, and I'll put the outro, and I'll see you in the next update.
I don't mean kill, I mean just stand.